Morning everybody. Can I just have a quick sound test please, Ken? I thought I'd start up a little bit early as I can see something moving. That's a change to our usual fare, isn't it? A320 with Aer Lingus rather than the usual ATR. Ah, very good. I'll open the show in a minute, folks. We'll just pick up the action first. On this fine and sunny morning at Edinburgh International Airport. Good morning everybody. I thought I'd take the opportunity to open the show a little bit earlier just to hedge off the prospect that the United Airlines 757-200 might come in a bit early. So got here a little bit earlier to cover that off, probably the right move. And of course opened the show early because I could see the Aer Lingus 320 on short finals and thought, why not, I'm already here. So thank you everybody for joining us. Having a quick look through the chat. Nell, good morning to you. You've got to run. Well listen, you've showed up, so thank you. Have a good day, if not better than a good day. Political Bias, good morning to you. Really hope your move goes well today, mate. We're thinking of you. Robin Harrison, good morning in Morecambe. The weather is magnifique. I had to put extra sun cream on in the car this morning before I got out, because obviously last time I was here I went home like a Swan Vesta, properly burnt up, despite having put some cream on. Cabo taxi, you're right mate, the weather is not bad. Blue skies and high broken cloud. I tell you what, you've got a hell of a view, haven't you? 3/4 bridges from your bedroom window and you can watch the approach. Brilliant mate, I like that a lot. Well, thanks for joining us, buddy. Ken Alloway, good morning to you, sir. I'm certainly looking forward to the show. Hope everybody else is. And heads up, appreciated thanks on the 757. Due in about 20 minutes, which I'm going to guess is probably nearer to being about 12 minutes away as we speak. We've seen the first departure, an EasyJet A320 to Athens. Alibi 58, good morning to you, mate. Thank you for joining. Hope you're well this morning. Scooching down. Okay, thanks Alibi. Looks like there's something there to have delved at. Yeah, you're right mate, 3 degrees feels about right. That's interesting. The Aer Lingus 320 must have been parked there for the last several minutes. I'll just leave the camera there for a second. On second thoughts, I'll finish opening the show in case the action overtakes me. Political bias, it is pretty icy mate, although when I left home I never had to scrape the windscreen, so looks like a gentle frost as much as anything. So, a very warm welcome from a chilly Edinburgh airport. For anyone who doesn't know me in the chat, I'm Mark, your host. We're going to be on air till about 1:15 when the Qatar Dreamliner arrives, although last I looked it was running slightly early. That won't affect our finish time unless there are literally no planes to film. It looks like we might have a C-130 Hercules in from Reykjavik around 1 o'clock, so that's something to look forward to if that plays out. As soon as I saw that I thought, yeehaw. Couple of BA cancellations on the card today. I'm guessing that might be connected with the 4-day board of force action in Heathrow. Don't know if that started yet, but either which way they've cancelled a couple. Either which way, we get to see 89 movements during the planned run time of the show. 47 arrivals, 42 departures. Weather, as you might well have intuited, less than a 5% chance of rain, and I definitely like those odds. This is definitely not Newcastle, I think, when it comes to you need an almost zero probability to be certain. Sunny till around 11. Clouding up beyond that, I'll take that. The forecast was 4 degrees, but as Alibi says, it was 3 degrees on the car thermometer when I pulled up. 12 degrees by show's end, so we'll take that. Southwesterly wind, which is why we've got the 24 end of the runway in use. 4 mile an hour, 3.5 knots, rising to 13 mile an hour, 11.3 knots. Gusts, 14 mile an hour, and rising, which is 12 and a bit knots, rising to just under 20 knots. Got to be honest, I can't feel any gusting of any description. So, all good really. Runway 24 in use. Planes coming in from the east over the Firth of Forth. As Cabo taxi reflected in the chat, very scenic that way. And taking off to the west over Newbridge Village. So, I think that is the show open. So welcome aboard everyone. So, back to the chat. Terry Slater, good morning to you, Terry. Weather the same in Northampton? Probably suggests the UK's got a little bit of settled weather at the minute. I think we'll check that. Jim C, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Hope you're keeping well. Andy Taylor, good morning to you from Colorado, USA. My lord, it must be the small hours there. Well in the small hours. Anyway, grateful that you're joining us, buddy. I shudder to ask, what's the weather doing there? In my mind's eye, I'm kind of imagining you're still knee deep in wintry weather. -1 near Rannoch, says PB. I'm kind of surprised they never had to scrape the car this morning. Not that I'm complaining. Let's have a look. Thank you, Ken Alloway. Next departure, the 737 that you were looking at till I took my eye off it. Which is off to Dublin, a MAX 8. Alibi confirms we have an ATR 72 on finals from Belfast. I'm assuming that's going to be Aer Lingus, being our regulars from Belfast. Jim C, thank you so much, sir. Very kind. So, yep, everything we get goes towards our next gig, mate. So thank you. Fantastic support, buddy. Great way to start the day, actually. I better get some composure back. Try and film the plane. Oh, I can just see the ATR 72 that's on finals, so we'll rest the camera somewhere else in the meantime. Bit of rush hour congestion on the apron. Tell you what, it's definitely a day for pocket warmers. Alan T, hey up my friend in sunny Colville. Is it anything different ever? Anyway, welcome to the show, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Paul Usher, good morning to you, sir. I think this ATR is coming in super slow-mo. We'll focus on this little bit of a traffic jam at the minute. Oop, I can see some action up the other end, scooting out though. So let's have a piece of scooting out. The sun's going to be a little bit lively, as you can tell. EasyJet it is. ATR 72 tucked in behind it. So yet again I've managed to leave home without my sunglasses. I will have the hang of this before spring proper. Although with Easter next weekend, you could say we're well into it, really. Anyway, time for some turbo. And you can probably hear a ATR 42 in the background strumming away, which is a Logan Air Flags aircraft. Nicely done. I can see something on finals at the minute. I'm suspecting that might very much be our United Airlines incomer. I'm not sure. Wiser heads than me are in the chat. So let's see. Political bias? I have no clue. As long as you've got the email, mate, I'll follow that up with YouTube if it doesn't materialise by the end of the show. Listen, mate, you're a strong friend of the show, staunch friend. Thank you so much, buddy. I'll make a note of it in my pocketbook as soon as the next arrival touches down. Can't quite make this one out in the sunshine. Is it an ASL, folks? So it's a freighter, maybe? More on that in a bit. Good morning, John Peel. Just spotted you in the chat, buddy. Sorry if I've missed anybody so far. I do try my jolly hardest. The drive feels worth it just to have seen that. So we've got one going up short. Ken, if that freighter is off to Newcastle, there's usually one that makes that short hop around 6 o'clock or thereabouts. Perhaps gone out late today, unless it's just a positioning flight. So we'll cut away in a second to take the next departure in. The EasyJet A320 to Dubrovnik. Dubrovnik, here we come. Political bias, your super chat has shown up, mate, so thank you so much, buddy. YouTube clearly having a bit of a go slow this morning. Thanks, mate. Oh right, I've just seen you've sent it again. Got to be watchful, they don't charge you out twice for that, mate. If they do, let me know. Oh, I'm going to cut away now and get a bit of this flying pencil. Let's do that. I can soon move the other way. Look at that. As soon as our EasyJet starts rolling, we'll cut away, but this is definitely the best view on offer. There we go. Right, where's our freighter? Bit of a bonus picking this up. Still a bit murky at the far end, but yeah, beautiful in its simplicity. Can't quite tell with clarity at this end, but it does look like a passenger converted freighter, doesn't it? Thank you so much, Jim C. Absolutely our pleasure to bring this to you. It's an open secret, I've got a really soft spot for this place. Carl Shield, good morning to you, buddy. And good morning to Simon Kirby. How are you, my friend? Probably wondering whether you should sack your manager and recruit Brendan Rodgers, I would have thought. Get him on a 12-year contract. It'll pay off in the long run. centre of the view. There can't have been much in that. Even for a positioning flight, you'd expect it to be freighted up to some extent, wouldn't you? No one likes moving fresh air around. No, I've got to be honest with you, Simon, I'd stick with Steve Cooper as well. Of course, who Leicester City get in terms of incoming manager will be quite interesting. At least we can rule out Roy Hodgson, now he's down at Palace. Although I'm sure Big Sam's available. Big Sam, if you're watching the stream, mate, feel free to super chat us. Right, bit of finals action. So this being an incoming British Airways Embraer 190 standard, incoming from London City Airport. Bit of the old commuting traffic. I think we're going to have to get ourselves back down to London City. As some of you all know, we streamed from there in January. Had a whale of a time. Simon, I'm not sure what you mean by Graham Potter saying no would be a shame. Being a staunch Notts Forest fan as you are. He does have the advantage of being available, doesn't he? Although I don't blame him for saying no. I think it's a proper firefighting job, if I'm honest. The board took far too long to make a decision, in my humble opinion. But there you go. So the plane that you're looking at is another Embraer 190, flagged for British Airways, and that's on its way to London City. I don't know if folks caught the sound of the bird patrol firing off a shell 5-10 minutes ago. Looks like we're going to have one of those kind of days today. Well, I see on the counter, certainly mine says 98 viewers at the minute. So good morning and welcome to anybody that's just joined the stream. Thank you for taking the time to join us. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mark, your host. We're going to be on air till about 1:15, 1:30, which will be roughly coinciding with the arrival of the Qatar Dreamliner. Looks like we might have a Hercules C-130 in around 1 o'clock as well. And generally a decent programme of action. 89 movements or thereabouts during the show. So settle in and hopefully you'll enjoy the action. Do feel free to give us a like if you like it. And better yet, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. This one's scooting a bit. Colin Lees, hello my friend, welcome to the show, welcome back to the show. I do remember you from previous shows, buddy, so thanks for joining us on this nice and crisp morning. So as always, it's a case of I spy. So as we park this Embraer up, I can see a Jet 2 737 just pushing back. I think that'll probably be our next departure action. And I think we've got a baby bus, an EasyJet baby bus from Bristol, somewhere out over the Firth of Forth. Carl Shield, I have to say, mate, I always think it just depends how your team's doing. I mean, obviously at the minute, I wouldn't be happy if the season finished right now. Wouldn't work out very well for Leicester City. But, Martin Gallagher, good morning to you, my friend. Welcome back to the show from a nice, sunny but crisp Edinburgh International Airport. Pretty windless at the minute. Nice sunny morning and expected to remain that way until probably 11 o'clock-ish or thereabouts. Quick look-see in the background, folks, for anyone that is unfamiliar with Edinburgh. We've got the Pentland Hills in the background. Quite beautiful. I think I've got time to pan to the River Almond that's behind me. Always like to make sure anyone that's new to the show gets the opportunity to see just how beautiful it is here, or as best as I can manage. There you go, River Almond in the background. And our favourite radio mast just behind us, which I think I've just prompted into life. Oh dearie me, what was I thinking? Doris Petsus, good morning to you, welcome back to the show. Our friend in Nicosia, welcome aboard, buddy, as we look at a full hand of Jet 2s. I'll leave it to the viewers to decide if it was a game of cards, what will trump that. I think the answers will be endless and varied. Thanks Alibi. Confirming our next arrival is that baby bus from Bristol on finals. I can see it. Looks a bit of a speck at the minute, but that will be with us imminently, folks. So incoming action any second now. Give us a chance to have a quick look at that 320, see what's occurring there. I think they must be deboarding it. Well, actually boarding it. Pretty swish, because they were relatively slow in. I think they had to wait for a gate. So, how's everybody doing today? Tuesday already, eh? It's amazing, isn't it? For all that noise, the bird song just doesn't skip a beat.
Doris Petsus.
I'll take warm and sunny, mate. Definitely. I think actually once we've packed this one away, we'll get on to the location of our next show. Having had to cancel yesterday's show, that was on my list of things to talk about, and it's just belatedly occurred to me that if I'm not careful, I've not shared with you. Good morning, Peter E. How you doing, buddy? I'm guessing you're counting the days off on your calendar now, aren't you, before the holiday? lucky thing. I have to say, Simon Kirby, hard as nails, or deaf to other sounds, I don't know, but they are not flat much, which might explain why they have to use so many shells trying to scare them off. You probably have to literally shoot at them for them to get the message. Although I don't think it's the ones that are doing the singing that present the trouble. Good morning, Soylent Andy. How are you, buddy? Jim C, entirely my pleasure. I mean, I'll be honest, this is absolutely, when I'm at Edinburgh, where I'm standing now is my favourite. It's nice to be able to look onto the terminal, see the approaches from the Firth of Forth, see the hills in the background. I'm glad folks are enjoying it. It's quite nice as well when they run reverse ops, something different, but you don't quite get the backdrop the same, I don't think. Well, in my opinion anyway. Graham Leggett, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if we've said hi before. Memories are stiff these days. I'm Mark anyway, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. I see you're in Dublin, which will be relevant for reasons I'm going to reveal shortly. I've just got to quickly check something without actually flicking any switches, Ken and Alibi, before you worry that I'm going to burn the house down. Excellent. Okay folks, so I did obliquely reference where we're going next, and I can confirm, should be a drum roll but I don't have the technology, we are back to Dublin on Saturday. So we had a fabulous time back in, I'd like to say February, I've lost track of time, at Dublin. We did suffer a little bit from a bit of throttling, we think, through our roaming provider, but with the various things we've done in recent weeks and months to bolster signal resilience, I'm pretty confident that we can probably say that we've got a better chance of not having that again. Movements there are just fantastic, and therefore we are going to go for a there and back type gig Saturday. Times to be confirmed. I'm thinking around mid-morning, so hopefully people can join us. As you say, Simon Kirby, spoiler alert indeed. I'm just too excited, mate, can't contain myself. So hopefully folks will be able to join us Saturday from Dublin. It's just such a great place. The only thing that you always think to yourself is, what's the weather going to do? But you know, as long as it's not raining cats and dogs, we'll be fine. So I think our next arrival, apologies if it's been called in the chat, will be a Loganair ATR 42-500, and it's weighing from Kirkwall, I think. In terms of transponding action, what have we got? I've still got that EasyJet pinging away that arrived from Bristol. So the ATR should be with us. It says 6 minutes, seems about right. I usually had a couple of minutes on, but on this occasion, not so much. Gordon Hooton, we try, mate. We try. It's nice when it kind of offers itself up from your viewpoint. We try and do something similar when we stream from Newcastle. There's a small number of gates that there's a reasonable perspective over. Sorry, Ken. I thought, well, I'm confusing myself in the excitement. I told you I get overexcited. Dublin stream for the avoidance of doubt, Saturday, this Saturday, 8th of April. Official start time will confirm with the community post, so please do look out for that. But ballpark, it'll be around 10 o'clock, something in that region. Jim C, if we get cloudy and dry, I'll be cock a hoop. Might even treat myself to a second pint of Guinness. To be fair, last time we were there, the weather was pretty kind to us. It was just our roaming provider that periodically throttled us. But now we're not reliant on just the one signal. I think that risk will be largely mitigated. Now you see, thing is, Simon, Ken gave me the opportunity to say it again because somebody else may have joined the chat. Either which way, Ryanair permitting, that's where we'll be. Well, Graham, if you can make it, we'll be delighted to be in your company, buddy. I must admit, there does seem to be a bit of a rash of airport related industrial action at the minute, doesn't there? I think more border force in the UK, but I think last time I was at Edinburgh there was a couple of Lufthansa flights cancelled. Oh, I think I spot a bit of Dreamliner action, folks. We're going to have to pull away, much as I love Aer Lingus. I think it was just teasing, actually. I think it was due to go out around 8 or thereabouts. What time is it now? 20 past, so pleasure deferred and all that. Simon, I've got to say, the hours Ken puts in when he's modding, the same with Alibi. No, I think he's a light sleeper. Richard Spreckley, good morning to you. You're from Liverpool. What's he doing there, Richard? Sunny? Oh, where's my tail thing going? Carl Shield, I'm relying on you, mate, to vouch for the weather on Saturday. We've got a wet weather setup, we're just not geared up for teaming cats and dogs. I'm taking our editor Eddie with us as well on this particular trip, so that will be something new for him. Well, good news is I can see the ATR 42 on finals. So that looks about 2 or 3 minutes out. Looks like our Dreamliner, having moved, presumably it's been unclipped from its barge tug. No matter, we'll pick that one up in a jiffy. A little bit of a speck at the minute, folks, I do appreciate. It's almost like a bird of prey, isn't it? Hanging in the air. Right and dry in Liverpool. Super stuff, mate. Long may that continue. I figure what we need is a nice settled high pressure period of weather. Plenty of sunshine and dry. Apart from the fact it makes the plane spotting more pleasurable, I need to cut my back lawn. Audrey McDonald, good morning to you. Lovely that you could join us. I hope you're doing okay. I'll catch you proper in a minute. I just saw your name flash up. Special as you are to us. See what we've got. Nearly the first telescope of the day, folks. I nearly missed this one. Camouflaged against the skyline as it was. I'm going to take a not very adventurous punt and say this is returning to Dublin. I don't think Aer Lingus should be putting an A320 on for the Belfast route, but I'm wrong about many things, so who knows. Just looking at your comments, Graham Leggett, they'll have plenty of time to push the Hoover round then. I mean, usually the sort of changeover between flights is that intense, isn't it? It can't be more than a cursory wipe of a few things, if that. Well, I can see somebody on finals, twinkling in the sky. Oh, and there's our Dreamliner. Snuck out on us. Can't wait for this, because those of you who were on the show last Monday will know that as we waited for the Dreamliner departure, we ran out of battery by about 6 minutes or something like. Pretty frustrating. That is somebody else's on arrivals or finals. See, that's a livery that does not jump out in the slightly misty environment that is at the back end of the runway. Let's pick that one up in a bit. Pick this incoming Ryanair up. I think we'll just rest the camera there as we wait the next incoming plane. Have a quick look in the chat. Miles Harrison, good morning to you. Sydney, Australia. Well, my friend, thank you for joining us. I shudder to imagine what time it is there, mate. Anyway, welcome to the stream, buddy. I'm Mark, your host. And as Ken Alloway posts, this Dreamliner is the 787-8 variant, shortly to depart for Doha. Anyway, in the meantime, let's get some KLM 737 action on. In my view, the fastest taxiing airline in the business, certainly UK. Although I think I said previously, when we streamed from Schiphol, you could see why they move so fast, because of the sheer distances they have to cover. Lovely day to try. Right, folks, we're going to go from big to small, because you can probably hear the ATR 42. Aer Lingus are currently moving on out. That'll be number 2 in the queue. The big game in this baby. Very big baby. Thank you, Carl, for the weather update for Dublin. I think we'll take that, buddy. Let's just sign off on that now. 5:30 PM, Miles Harrison. Tea time then. All the way over there in Oz. And the good news is we get to see another one of those at the back end of the show. Obviously not the same plane, but gorgeous to see nevertheless. This will have to wait a little bit. David Harradine, good morning to you. Hope you're well this morning. Ah, Miles Harrison, beer time. Good stuff, mate. Dopey Gorp, good morning to you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. At the minute, Edinburgh is just Sunshine City. It really is. As it's still a tad misty, a very light mist at the far end of the airfield. I don't want to chase him too close. So as always folks, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button. Helps us a lot with YouTube. If you're already subscribed to us, you have our enduring appreciation. And of course, if you like what you see but you're not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. It doesn't cost you anything, but it helps us massively with YouTube, particularly as we want to grow the channel and try and give a reasonable range of airports to show you action from. Excuse me. Well, there's our Dutch master, just on its way in to find a berth. Looks like Jet 2 will be the next outgoer. Ian Fleming, welcome back, buddy. Hope you're keeping well. Dopey Gorp, I do not know how you do it, buddy. Get the work nailed down, buddy, and we'll catch you when you're available. Martin Gallagher confirms sunny on Tyneside. It seems to me that the UK is enjoying quite a bit of sunshine at the minute, which is lovely. Good news for garden centres as we approach the Easter break. So let's have a look. Incoming, we've got a 320 EasyJet motoring its way up. So in the meantime, we will have our departing Jet 2 to feast on, which is off to Tenerife, so let's pick that one up. Imagine this will go straight away. Simon Kirby, you'll have to ask him when he comes back. So Tenerife, here we come. Cyril Denham, good morning to you. I have to say from my end, can't speak for those in the chat, no mate. I think that if that had happened in Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation's company, that'd be the last time we'd be flying anywhere. She being of a more reluctant persuasion towards flying. Never been on a go around either. So back into the chat. Audrey McDonald, what's happening at New Biggin this morning? Sun's got to be beating down there surely. And a question here for Alibi, but anybody else that does Alibi 58, but anyone else that's involved with grandparent type daycare, when did child safety seats become so gargantuan? Me and Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation look after our granddaughter from time to time, and since the last show we borrowed their car seat to go from A to B, obviously, and moving it from my lad's car to our car, I thought I was going to have to give Jeff Capes a ring, for those of you who can recollect Jeff Capes. I'm sure they were nowhere near as hefty back in the day. I have to get myself on the weights. So let's have a look, see what's going to be occurring next. Thank you, Ken Alloway. Oh, I thought, no, sorry, I thought you were calling something else there. I just had to read it out as the next incomer. Oh my lord, glasses are steaming up. Well, we do have an incomer, not far away. In the meantime, let's just look at the deboarding action. As always, looks pretty ultra efficient. So our next incomer will be an EasyJet A320 in from London Gatwick. Just got visual with that as well, folks, so action shortly. So in terms of traffic here, anyone unfamiliar with Edinburgh, and I know from the chat most of you have been here before, so we'll know what I'm about to say next, kind of ranks as around the 6th busiest UK airport. Thereabouts, obviously busiest for Scotland. Ooh, I can see some outgoing action. There we go. 737 going somewhere. Yeah, you're right, Alibi 58. I mean, at the end of the day, there must be safer seats now than they ever were. And like you say, no bad thing. Just can't get over the sheer bulk. Simon Kirby. Yeah, you've actually found the tag for me there. Monstrous in terms of handling. And as you say, you kind of need an engineering degree. I've got the hang of ours now, but you're right. And as for prams, oh dearie me, luckily I got the demonstration and had forgotten it by the time we got to use it, so there was a YouTube one with that manufacturer, so that's how I covered that one. You do get a lot for your money. Not these things aren't cheap, obviously, but engineering masterpieces. Alrighty. There's our next departure. And that is off to Bari, southern Italy. Super stuff, Ken. Cheers, buddy. Chris Horsfield. Hey up, buddy. I was going to make the crack about where are you standing today. As soon as I saw your name, before I could read what you'd typed, I had a quick look over my shoulder. So you're not 15 foot to the right today, in the warm. Well done you, buddy. How you keeping? I was here last Monday, you know, and I kept my eye out for you. That's still going to live in as one of my golden moments since we've been running the channel. When I'm in a dialogue in the chat with somebody who's 15 foot away. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, 15 foot away. Fancy that. I like that, Simon Kirby. Is it one of those random probability things? If you keep shaking it, it'll kind of fall into place. Thing is, with my lad being 30, I kind of got well out of practice with that side of things. Mind you, I'm quite looking forward to being able to bring my granddaughter plane spotting. Got to start them young. Well, Audrey, hope all goes well for you and your husband. As I often say, this show is definitely better consumed with caffeine of whatever description, unless, of course, if you are somewhere in a different time zone, it may well be time for a beer, as we covered earlier on in the show. I think it was Miles Harrison. I'm sorry, I've got myself confused there. Chat's moved on a country mile. Ah, so you're on childcare duties, Chris. I'm guessing there'll be a few in the chat that are in that space. I think a lot of schools seem to be off for a fortnight or thereabouts, don't they? Hopefully we can retain this weather for as long as possible. Right, now we've packed that away, let's just move our way across to this Loganair ATR 42500. Power tie 808. Get my words out. How are you, my friend? Welcome to the show. Oh, that is juicy, Carl Shield. The Etihad A350. What time's that in and out, my friend? I love Dublin, but that would definitely ice a cake. Definitely. So folks, we're into something of a minor pause, although I can see British Airways in the form, I think, of an Embraer 190 scooting out. Let's see if I'm right. Probably wrong. Squinting away in the sunshine. Yes, it's an Embraer 190 on its way back to London City. Let's catch that one up. Margaret McKenna, good morning to you. Seems that the weather in the northeast is as beautiful as it is here from our advance reports. Stephen Heron, good morning to you. Thanks for the appreciation, buddy. We do aim to please. Margaret, I am so sorry, just seeing your news. Well, it's nice to be back, but that is, you know, my condolences, Margaret, to you and your family. Hopefully we can offer a gentle distraction for a little bit. So this Embraer 190 on its way back to London City. I don't think it's an uncontentious idea to speculate this will go up good and early. I'll have to check out the flight prices, won't I? See about a pop-up stream at London City departing from Edinburgh. So folks, plenty of action listed. Unavoidably you get pauses in traffic, it's just the nature of the game. I think outside of Heathrow, Gatwick, Manchester, I think there's always a degree of that. We do have a Dreamliner later in the show, and when I last looked, a Hercules C-130, both due in around 1 o'clock. Crikey, Alan T, that is some time back. Where did you go? The Monarch's a proper blast from the past, isn't it? With the old Britannia. Dan Air. Although I don't know if folks had seen this, Dan Air seems to have been reinvigorated, resurrected's the word I'm after. I think there's a Romanian startup that have taken the Dan Air name, flying to Gatwick amongst other places. Correct me in the chat if I've got that wrong. Simon, you are dead right, mate. Although you can be fairly certain, if I'm ticketed onto the plane, it'll be a switch to a 737. Good news is, with London City, that switch can't happen, can it? It's the one way of being certain to be on an Embraer is fly British Airways into London City. I think there's a Dornier they use for that route as well, but I'm not sure I've seen it assigned here before. Yeah, Dan Dare again. Kind of makes you wonder why they decided to resurrect the brand, doesn't it? I mean, if you're trying to give off a British retro kind of thing, I don't know, Britannia, Caledonian, they all seem quite evocative, don't they? Stephen Heron, glad you're enjoying the show, mate, and we are gonna be getting ourselves back to Glasgow in the relative near future, so hopefully you'll enjoy that too when we get to do it. We had such a good time last time we were there, we thought we're gonna have to do it again. Oh, excellent, Alibi. I'm assuming the link you've posted, is that to do with the resumption of Air Canada's service 2nd of June or thereabouts? Exciting stuff. And I think I'd seen somewhere, it might be wrapped in that link, folks. Check it out. They are also committing to 3 flights a week through the winter season, which at the minute, well, I know we're into spring now, but they weren't doing in the winter we've just had. So that'll be exciting. Margaret, that's very much the intention. So I'm glad that you feel that, because that's how it should feel. We're doing it wrong if you don't feel that. Freddie Laker, yes, there was a feature in one of the airliners magazines a few months ago about Sir Freddie as he was. Really interesting stuff. A real pioneer, I think there's no question about that. Right, I'm just having a look, see what there is to put the camera on. A few people turning up now. And that's the other thing, Audrey. In terms of getting back to Glasgow, it'll be lovely to be able to do the 380. We sat out the return of the 380. In the end, it just didn't seem to be one that would pay off for us, rightly or wrongly. But now it's part of business as usual. We should be able to stream without the crowds and all the other hassle that you can sometimes get from trying to film a mass public event. Rainer, good morning to you, buddy. Hope you're well. I can see coffee icons, so it sounds to me like you're being refreshed to a high degree. Hope everything's good for you in Berlin. Alan T, last flight with Monarch was honeymoon in Tenerife. Just trying to think, that Tenerife, the synergy for me, or similarity, is my first ever flight was to Tenerife with Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation back in 1986 or thereabouts. So I was relatively old in terms of first flight, given I was always a passionate aviation watcher. Right, I see nothing moving in front of me, so let's have a quick look see. I'm not sure how this will work because of the hazing, but we'll have a quick look in the freight park. I don't think there's much business jet activity slated for today, sadly. Regulars on the show will know that I have a bit of a fetish for biz jets. Note to my beloved moderator team, I can see a battery change due in 15 minutes. So to give us run time, we normally use a small battery, go to the big battery, and then hopefully recharge the small battery enough to give us plenty of run time. So I'll call that one again in a bit, because I don't want people thinking I've just switched off the show and cleared off home. Simple on a day like this. Simon Kirby. Can't help it, can you, mate? You want to make me feel older. One in 1986. Right, my flight radar has just timed itself out, so let's just conjure a bit of life back into that. Have a quick swallow of water. Hope folks are staying hydrated. Remember, it's the golden rule of the show. Even if better if you've got something nice to have with it, like a bacon roll. Well, so I look at the sky, what do I see? I see an EasyJet baby bus from Belfast incoming. It says 13 minutes, so that's an unwelcome pause. Audrey, that is probably the solution. Thing is, there's a sort of, how long does the show stretch to? If I do it in the right order, I can comfortably do 7 hours. Depends on other factors though. So yeah, we are gonna have to acquire more of these batteries, because the trouble is rechargeables, as folks will be aware, become less efficient over time. But I think we're pretty much at our optimal run time. Stephen Heron, I bet those were the days, weren't they, where you could get airside without the kind of fuss and restriction that is the case now. One of my grandfathers used to work at the airport with British Airways as a maintenance supervisor, and I think I've said on previous shows, because it sticks in my head indelibly, I remember as a small child going airside one evening and sitting in some cockpit seats on Tridents and TriStars, which I think were the types my grandpa used to work on. And well, yeah, I just don't imagine that's as easily possible in today's world. I'm sure it's not impossible. So, you mentioned your dad working refueling the aircraft, and I can see some tanker action on the go over here. There we go. The old Jet A1. That is something that's pretty conspicuous by its absence with the way the wind is today. I do like, as folks know, a little bit of aviation spirit, just to, you know, remind you that you're at the airport. I prefer that to the burning rubber smell. At the moment, I've had neither. Yeah, Audrey, going back to the Glasgow stream, yeah, I know the guy you mean. And it's not funny when it materialises that way, because you really don't know how it's going to play out. You know, are people going to mess with your kit, get argumentative? I commend the courage of those who took it on. So here we're blessed with a nice southwesterly wind, 4 miles an hour, and everything's pretty restful and languid. There's that sock. There you go. Not much happening there. Got the fire brigade in the background. Audrey, if you're talking about the clip I'm thinking of, it's the one I think I may have said in the chat at the time. I couldn't help myself. If the streamer had got a pack of stickers, it was almost itching for a sticker to be placed on the back of the head. I say that tongue-in-cheek because clearly that wouldn't have made things any better. Oh, I don't know. I mean, there's a few people on the embankment here now where I'm standing, but every time I come to Edinburgh, it seems to be a very good plane spotting community. People space themselves out, don't get in shot, which is nice. So folks, I'm just diving into the chat in case I've missed anything. Miles, that is incredibly kind of you to say what you've just said. I don't think I've ever been called cool in my life, but it's nice that the stream is, and I think that owes much to our high caliber moderators, Ali By 58 and Ken Alloway, and of course Dopey Gorp. Yeah, thanks buddy. Yes, I enjoy Sid Squad. Don't get to watch it so often these days, but that's more to do with the fact you end up chasing time on all kinds of things when you've got your own stream to run. But a high quality stream, in fact top shelf. Stephen Aaron, that does sound a top draw BA experience, doesn't it? Every aircraft on the ramp, 111s, 747s, magic. Audrey, sometimes you feel a bit Mrs. Meldew. Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation constantly reflects that I am incrementally transitioning to Victor Meldrew. I'll not regale you with why she might say that, but right, let's have a look. I'm going to go for the battery change now, folks. With everybody's agreement. Right, usual drill. Screen's going to go blank. I'm going to pop a new battery in. Screen will come back. It is always aimed at to be something of an F1 experience. Veterans of the channel will know that you get those odd little moments where I fumble the battery, but let's go for it. Back in a tick. Right, folks, you should have me back. Miles. It seems there's a lot of it about. I don't believe it. That was my attempt at Victor Meldrew. I realised that could have sounded like something completely different. The main thing is battery change has gone okay. I'm just putting this on charge, folks, so do excuse me. Now please tell me you're all still there. Good morning, David Boone. Up the road in Aberdeen. Welcome back, mate. You just caught us at a pause moment. We will get some action for you. Thanks, Audrey. I think when I was here last, I managed to drop the big battery when I was taking it off, and it kind of rolled, well, in front of me it's all scrub and bramble. Luckily I was able to get it without too much drama. Now I can see somebody on finals, so let's get to that end. Sorry folks, should have got a little bit of that warble off the tower. Seems when I rotate the camera this way, you get a bit of warble. In fact, I'll just take the shotgun mic off for a second. There you go. So I'll be a little bit quieter, which is probably no bad thing. Tony McCall, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Welcome back to the stream, mate. We have a baby bus incoming from Belfast, just about there. There she blows. and not chase it for the haze. I've just put the shotgun mic back on. I figure the trade-off is worth it for the better noise pickup when we get wheels down. And of course, as the camera moves away from the tower, it tends to lose the interference. Here we have our incoming baby bus from Belfast. You can hear a couple of start-ups as well in the background. So as that one rolls out, I think we'll pick up the Ryanair 737 that is off to Dublin. Plane and truck spotting, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. On this fine sunny morning from Edinburgh. One for the chat. Does anybody know when WestJet are returning to Edinburgh? I mean, it's exciting news. We've got Air Canada returning, and I think we'll make sure we're here for the 2nd of June for that one. Might pair up nicely with a Glasgow, Edinburgh, no, we are at Edinburgh, Glasgow, Aberdeen, Edinburgh, Scottish Odyssey kind of thing. So it's been a while since I've said it, and I know people come in and go out the chat. Next official show from us, not precluding a pop-up between now and then, but is Saturday from Dublin Airport. So some high quality action on offer, so I hope folks will take the time to join us. Pretty excited about that. We'll confirm the exact start times to a community post, but it'll be somewhere around 10 o'clock. Basically as soon as we can get there and set up. But I don't like to be too optimistic with the start time and then come up short. Miles, catch you next time, buddy. Enjoy that shrimp on the barbecue and the Fosters. Don't tell me that you actually import our version of Fosters. But listen, mate, it's been a pleasure to be in your company. Look forward to catching you another time. And this has nearly snuck out without me seeing it. That totally blended the horizon. to be honest, plane and truck spotting, it's quite nice, certainly from a channel perspective, I think, to be able to do a mixture. I mean, I don't tend to do the feature stuff, that rests with my lad Eddie, but I think it is nice to do a bit of everything if you can. I mean, what I would say, and I know other channels would agree, and we've all got slightly different versions of how we do it, but the setup costs and running around streaming are pretty formidable. Not insurmountable, but pretty costly. Simon, I can't take a telescope, mate, for that one. That was a ghost plane. Yeah, I think it probably is a Logan Air Ken. It nearly passed out right under my nose, didn't it? Almost forgot to rotate the camera. That will be interesting. You'd have to actually get Ken to check this out, because I'm sure all the interesting stuff gets routed through PIK. So this one off to Dublin. You can probably hear the ATR 42 in the background. That'll be a Logan Air. So folks, it had moved since I'd last looked at it, and I was thinking, where the dickens is it? Jamie Miller, good morning to you. Hope you're doing well today. Things looking pretty peachy at Edinburgh. Welcome to the show, mate. Ah, you see, Ken, you're now fueling Simon's conspiracy theory. Kind of makes me think of, you know, it's a while since I've had this experience, but British Airways long haul, and you get the hot flannels, and then I kind of imagine there might be some other airlines where the kind of flannels you get aren't hot. You generally come with a small watering can. Tongue in cheek, of course. I'm guessing plane and truck spotting, that's a reg you've called out there. If it's an abbreviation for something else, you've got me at a little disadvantage. That's why I just zoomed in on that ATR, which certainly isn't that reg. Oops, somebody on finals. I know this sounds daft, because the frost has all gone, but it feels colder here now. You could probably hear the breezes picking up, so maybe it's that. It is meant to get a tad breezier as the morning goes on. Not enough to make for anything extravagant in terms of movements. So we'll settle down on this British Airways A320 incoming from Heathrow. Simon Kirby. Have to look out for that. I've yet to fly with Logan Air. Oops, talking of which, that's really what I should be pointing at next, isn't it? Anyone got a clue where this is going? Yeah, they did say it was going to cloud over by 11ish. I think we're well on track for that, folks. It'll be interesting, won't it, as to how the big Easter rush plays out at airports in terms of flights on. I mean, we didn't stream on Saturday from Newcastle because the weather forecast was a bit shaky, but the summer timetable had a few more gaps in it than we would have wanted to stream, which kind of surprised me because I thought the charters would be increasingly filling the holes. I'm sure they will be in due course. Somebody is transponding, ready to push back, I think, just over here. thinking, folks, with your tacit agreement, I'm going to have a snack bar. So I apologise if it sounds like I'm enjoying it a bit too much. Got one of these little soaring things. There's about 70 calories in it if you eat the wrapper. So it looks like our next incomer is an EasyJet from Stansted with the baby bus. Not many minutes out, currently over the Firth of Forth. Thanks, Alibi. Logan Air was heading to Kirkwall, was it? Simon Kirby. I'm telling you, mate. I mean, I do like malt loaf, but on the scale of deliciousness, it's not pushing a 10, mate. I think I've had too many years of chasing snacks that were pushing a 10. Well, I can see our incoming EasyJet on finals. You know, all the spotters that were here, all gone. The sun's gone and they've gone. Obviously got what they were after, because I can hear a few shutters going. I'm guessing if we get the C-130 in at 1 o'clock that is forecast, that there'll be folks back for that. I'm going to be broken hearted if it don't materialise. Right, this KLM is not going to move till I take the camera off it. So on that basis, let's go and get some incoming action. Over there. Still a fair way out. Fancy a Rice Krispies squares bar, to be honest. I'm not sure that comes in at 70 calories though, or similar. I'm going to calculate that this KLM will move next. So to cover that contingency off, I can see somebody on finals. Thanks, Alibi. On finals we have a BA Embraer 190 standard from London City. Audrey, that sounds spot on. Ham and peas pudding sandwich. I'd never heard of peas pudding till I moved up to the northeast. There we go. Had a hunch it would move eventually. I'll cut away for our incoming British Airways in a second. I can see an EasyJet nosing out from the far side of the terminal. So it looks like we've got continuity of action, folks. You'll be delighted to know. Good morning, Eddie. How are you? For those who don't know, and I know there's enough regulars in the chat that know otherwise, but Eddie's my son. So yeah, welcome to the show, buddy. Of course, our moderators, the hard-working Ken and Ali by 58, and Dopey Gorp, who's actually juggling work with moderating, might argue why you've had a lay-in, but you know I'm only pulling your leg. Oop, too busy. Oh, that was close to a telescope. I have to say, folks, I'm genuinely intrigued by the utilisation figures for these London City flights. Jamie Dalrymple, good morning to you. Thanking you. It is a total pleasure to be able to share this with you. As I say frequently and often in the stream, I love it at Edinburgh, and the ability to come here, show you stuff. Well, it's just unparalleled really, so I'm glad you're enjoying it, my friend. We'll cut away in a second to the next EasyJet incomer, another baby bus from London Luton. One of those passages of play where virtually every plane I'm looking at is an EasyJet. The incoming one taxiing to the terminal, and another one taxiing out to line up. Ryanair 737 in from London Stansted. I'll swizzle the camera in a second, folks. Yes, the cat is indeed out of the bag in terms of the timing of our Dublin stream. Well, no, the scheduling, the timing is the only bit of the cat that's left in the bag. We're pretty settled on around 10ish. Michelle Johnson, good morning to you. new to this, it's a pleasure to have you with us, so welcome to the show. Oh, you subscribed, fantastic. Really appreciate that, Michelle. Where are you from? So it looks like we've got a couple of departures on the rattle. Audrey, you're so kind. Love you to bits. I always say though, it's the people on this channel that make the channel. Bloke pointing the camera, that's only a bit of the puzzle. It's the mix of people that you meet here. Ah, you're in Essex, are you, Michelle? So completing our weather map of the UK, because we've got a good feel for Scotland, the north east, the northwest, the Midlands. What's the weather doing there? Oh, our United 757-200 is also on the move. So, we seem to have an embarrassment of riches at the minute. Beautiful. Our KLM seems to be holding short. To see something on the horizon. Jim C, I'm delighted you feel at home, mate. Because that's what we're all about, buddy. If we're not giving that kind of vibe, we're not doing it right. Christopher Boys, good morning to you, sir. You're just in time to see this beauty on its way out. Well, it's off to New York. I have half a notion it's Newark rather than JFK. But in the meantime, let's concentrate on the incoming action. Another EasyJet for our scrapbook. This one in from Birmingham. think I'm going to get my hands back in my pockets at the first opportunity. Digits a bit stiff there, sorry about the swift transition. As we watch our returning KLM 737, returning to Amsterdam that is. Right, fast and furious. And we have the Aegean A320 somewhere over there. There we go. All the way in from sunny Athens. I'm quite fond of this livery, to be honest. Here we go, our 757. "25 years of age." Thanks, Ken. Oh, to be 25 years of age. Nice train shot there. That's the other thing I love about this place. When we're operating at 024, this end of the runway, you have the railway line in the background, which makes some cracking shots. Lovely wingspan. Just looking at this $200 transfer from JFK to Newark. I don't know, it might be a nice thing to treat your dad to, Eddie. One of those lifetime trip experiences. Cheap at twice the price. Of course, $200 buys an awful lot of other stuff, doesn't it? stay with this 320 as it taxis in, so I can salivate at the beauty that is that livery and the sunglasses on the front. I can see a Jet 2 737 on its way out. Sure, that'll have been called in the chat anyway. Obviously going somewhere hot and sunny. And that is a telescope moment. I'm going to put it down to the mystery that is Logan Air. So folks, stone cold telescope, unobservant streamer. Oh dear, that could be my best yet, or one of them. And somebody else is on final, so I'm not doubling down on that. So let's move up the bus, nice and steady. Here's the 737 I was referring to. And here's our next incomer, an EasyJet A320 from Gatwick. I mean, how's that for scenic background? There's our mischievous Logan Air, the RJ145. However, let's not miss a takeoff. Thank you, Ken Alloway. This baby's off to Lanzarote. Home of 70-degree plus temperatures, no doubt. And if Jonathan Young is in the chat, sorry Jonathan if I have missed you. Jonathan was chilling in Gran Canaria last I looked. Certainly living the dream. Just wanted the intel as to what it would be like to do a stream from there. Good morning 80s geek. Fantastic decade, particularly if we're talking music. Right, let's have a quick look see. Oh, hey up Miles Harrison. You're back, but you've got to sign off as you've just found out you've got to be up at 4:30. Yeah, that's pretty savage, man. Been a real pleasure to be with you. So look forward to joining you next time out. Certainly for us, next show will be Saturday around 10 o'clock from Dublin International Airport. Just can't wait for that one. I don't know if Carl Shield responded in the chat about the A350 that he said might be coming through, but I know from our last trip there we got to see plenty of 330 action as well, so just can't wait. And then at the end of a day's hopefully rewarding plane spotting, a chance of washing it down with a Guinness just sounds irresistible. Dopey Gorp, welcome back, buddy. And Alibi 58, top spotting, mate. We have a Ryanair from Cork on finals. Just got visual on that, mate, so we'll track to it in a jiff. Tony McCall, it is a shame there is no Delta today. I'm not sure if that reflects a timetable change, because although it wasn't possible for me to stream yesterday in the end anyway, plan A was to come back on Monday, and a week last Monday Delta were part of the show, as folks will remember, and Delta wasn't listed yesterday either from what I could see. What that signifies, I don't know. It was on my homework list, because obviously it's nice to see the 767 that they tend to put on the route. I forgot to mention, with Eddie joining me on this trip to Dublin, the other good thing is I'm looking forward to him buying me a pint. Right, one of those moments to have a quick look around, see what's likely to move. I'm just going to take the shotgun mic off for a bit so we can lose that electronic warble. So I'll just have to shout up a tidge more. We'll put the shotgun back on once we've got some imminent action. Eddie of plain sailing aviation? Potentially. That sounds a bit conditional, mate. So we've got a mod changeover as well, and it's a shout out actually for this hard-working top draw mod team. Canalaway, Alibi 58 and Dopey Gorp absolutely run the show from end to end. Right, Dopey Gorp, planning to stream to a 130, which will give us the Dreamliner, the Hercules I'm hoping is still coming. And then after that, if we were to go longer, because we've got a lot of people online, then we'll just run as long as the electric will allow. But equally, when mods have had enough, because obviously modding's pretty draining, we'll work that ourselves. I'm not saying we're going that path, but I'd be loath to finish at 130 dead on the dot if we'd still got a hefty audience. Hope that's okay, but otherwise work on the assumption 130 is the published finish. I think you mods deserve a chance to put your feet up anyway, whether you stay with the stream or whatever, you know what I mean. That's why it's good to move the baton around between you. Like I say, top draw mods. Of course, we've got Eddie on the show as well. So I don't know what your plans look like, Eddie. So doping ups on departures. Very good. Just looking, Michelle Johnson has spotted her favourite cargo jet in the world. Parked up, the word's right, in the stands. Eddie's asked the question. Going further down. Michelle, the one with the black and tuxedo livery. Not sure if I recognise that from this distance, but let's go closer. Do you mean that one? It's like a West Atlantic. I'll just loiter there till Michelle confirms. I think we were saying on last week's show, when we next come here, maybe it's not next because we come here so frequently, but I am looking to do something in the evening here because I think it'd be quite nice to pick up some of the freighter traffic in that, you know, late afternoon, early evening, twilighty kind of window. Camera pickup's not fantastic in dark conditions, so we'll not be doing that. But I think there's a reasonable envelope to work with once you get into June or thereabouts. In the meantime, we'll track this EasyJet. Phil Tovey, good morning to you, buddy. All the way down in Warwick, 7 degrees, getting to 13 degrees this afternoon. I think that'll be 1 degree warmer than we were hoping for here by show end. Sort of 12 degrees by 1 o'clock. If anything, it feels like it's getting cooler. The sun has sort of hidden behind the cloud a little bit more. Forecast to become increasingly cloudy here as the day goes. Southwesterly wind, no real strength behind it. I think that was the other reason actually why we didn't stream yesterday. There was a possibility of an inconvenient runway change due to the wind direction around that 8 o'clock-ish, 9 o'clock window. And for those of you who are familiar with the layout here, if you do get hit with a runway change, it's a bit of a faff. It's not so bad if it's 06 arrivals operating on the Ingliston side of the airport, because it's easier to park where I am now than it is over there. We're trying to find a space over that side this time of day, not quite so good. Looks like something's burning over there, doesn't it? See something bouncing around, tractor perhaps? Oh yes. So this one is off to Amsterdam. Baby bus. See something twinkling in the sky, so we have something imminent on arrival, but this should be able to get out plenty easy. Just needs the tower to give him the nod. Although it looks like they're just doing a runway check at the minute, which might explain why nothing's moving. Very cool, Jim C. AirPods in, eh? Well, it's lovely that you can stay with us. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, mate. Ha, Michelle, sorry, I've not reintroduced myself recently. So, at the airport, you've got Mark. I tend to host the live streams. Eddie, my son, looks after the editing and other background things for the channel and is back home at the minute. So, Eddie the editor. So, in the chat, that'll be Eddie. And the jabbering away, that's Mark. Looks like this is going to hold. Yes, it has had a slightly misty end since the show, well, a bit of misty air to it at that end, should I say, since the show started. Obviously some of that coming off the field. I think it was the dampness as well, quite frosty. Right, so I think this is Paris, but not Charles de Gaulle. I suppose it's like London Luton, London Gatwick, that kind of malarkey. London Stansted. Just realised I'd still got the shotgun mic out. Ooh, this looks interesting. Might have to fire off a couple of pictures, folks. I can't make that out properly. Let's get closer. United States of America. What are we saying here, folks? Is this like Air Force 3 or something? Help me out in the chat. I'm feeling a swoon coming on. Ah, I've just spotted in the chat. Christopher Boys has called this one out, I think. Heading for Stockholm. God, this is proper bonus footage. I'm buzzing. I'd have made the journey for today just to see this. If we get that C-130 Hercules that's due in around 1 o'clock, well, excitement will go off my Richter scale. Hi to you, Michelle. There's Donaldson. How you doing, buddy? Counting down that retirement calendar, are you, mate? Hope you're well this morning. You are looking at something of a gem. Bit of a bonus find this morning. This Boeing C-40C on its way to Stockholm. It'd be fascinating to know who's on that. So if you are on board that plane and you're watching our stream, do let us know in the chat. Meantime, let's go to the more traditional for us EasyJet. This one being bound for Amsterdam. How lovely is that? So folks, that was me firing off another scrapbook snap. The lights and optics haven't been quite so good for us at the far end of the airport, so I thought I'd take one more just for luck. Alibi 58, thank you mate. Ryanair incoming 737 from Porto as we await this Boeing C-40C departing for Stockholm. I bet the snacks are good on this plane. As somebody once said, fan dabby dozy. That's me kicking the tripod, folks. Involuntary action. Wasn't much between them, was there? This will be our evening Porto flight. Jamie Dalrymple, I'll be honest, I hadn't heard of a Boeing C-40 either. Something new every day. It looked like a 737, didn't it? Kind of makes you wonder what's happening in Stockholm today, doesn't it? Kind of thinking it must be kind of ambassador class travel. Oops, let's have a look, see here. We'll have this as it's nearer. Baby bus on its way back to Bristol. Alibi 58, cheers mate. We have a Norwegian 737 coming, got visual on it, so I'll cut away in a second. I wonder if we get the Freddie Mercury tail fin today. Those of you that were on last Monday's show will recollect that conversation about tail fins and my initial wonderment that Freddie had got a tail fin, genius as he was. The good news is the sun's back out. Bound baby bus does. Too many B's in that sentence. Well, pretty much all the terminals this side of the airport are occupied, so we should get a fair degree of movement imminently. Jolande Post-Emma from the Netherlands. Welcome to the stream, Jolande. It was my pleasure to be out there streaming from Schiphol probably about 2 weeks ago. Absolutely love Holland. First time visitor, blew me away. Right, who is our tail fin of the day? quite make the white font out. Do me a favour, somebody, tell me in the chat who that is. I've not been a fan of the Norwegian livery, but in recent times I've discovered the richness of the tail fins. It shows you, doesn't it? You can write things off prematurely sometimes. Political bias. How's the move going, mate? David Nichols, good morning to you. Welcome to the stream. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So, welcome my friend. Pleasure to have you with us here at Edinburgh International Airport. Christopher Boys, Jorn Hudson. Okay, Alibi's called that one as well. Thanks both. I'm not sure anyone put me wise as to Jorn's particular claim to fame. Obviously somebody of standing. Optimus Toaster. That's probably the thing I don't like about Norwegian. It kind of looks like a splice of livery. But I think the tail fins are innovative. Ah, thank you, Ken Alloway, Danish architect. I can almost swear I can hear an ATR 42 somewhere, but if I can, I have no waking idea where it would be. Not in the usual spot. Let's just rest up on this CRJ 145. ERJ, correct me. Josh, no, we won't be doing Newcastle Saturday. We're going to be doing Dublin. So instead of the usual Saturday show, we're going back international with a return trip to Dublin. We had such a good time there last time. We managed to get flights at an advantageous price. So we thought we'd give you something different, you know, freshen the mix up a bit, much as we love Newcastle. Gio Leo Lecky, good morning to you, my friend. You see, I think Newcastle is a beautiful city, and I think Edinburgh is a beautiful city, no question. I mean, being a staunch Leicester City supporter from the county of Leicester, I don't think, for all its charms, I don't think many ardent Leicestershire people would argue that Leicester City, as in the city, is a thing of magnificent beauty. Whereas Edinburgh, Newcastle have both got fantastic architecture in their centres. Fantastic. Thank you, Josh. Glad you're liking it, mate. That will be a Ryanair flight. So we went with Ryanair last time, and it was jolly good, if I'm honest. You know, first time Ryanair flyer, I just went with an open mind, and it was brilliant. Punctuality, price. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't opulent in terms of comfort, but for the price we paid, I'd say it was good value, and that's why we've used them again. Dopey Gorp, that's me and you both. Can't whack that 777. We'll find a way, mate. Well, I'll be gobsmacked if we don't get you at least one. I think the only downside we've not been able to start early sort of 7ish, 7:30 is obviously you pick up a bit more of the heavy action, particularly the transatlantic facing stuff, but we'll do what we can. Literally we'll be straight in an Uber once we get outside the terminal, straight to the spot, set up, quick as we can get going. So if we can get going in advance of the advertised time, that we will. Right, I'm just going to change something over at this end. Oh, just Tony McCall's point is entirely right. I think from a transparency point of view, if you say, well, you know, at a price that low, you're prepared to go with the ambient comfort levels that go with it, it's a fair transaction, isn't it? I think the thing that annoys me is where airlines start to strim away the benefits of flying with a flag carrier, if you will, and start to give you kind of low cost plus experiences. You know, I mean, I was quite positive about my last BA flight from Edinburgh to Newcastle. You know, staff were brilliant, but if you said how did that compare with flying KLM to Amsterdam, as we did the other week, whew, it's a distant fourth. Well, that's interesting. Optimus toaster, full topographic view of the runway. In its own way fairly topical. We've sort of had digger work happening here before to improve the drainage, and I think the drainage issues they'd had here early in the new year surprised me in terms of the gradient of the runway and surrounding land, topographical. As we spy a EasyJet scooting out discreetly in the corner. Ah, back to Alan T. Jorn Utzon, the Danish architect, designed the Sydney Opera House. There you go. That's what I love about this show. Not my involvement in it, I'm not that narcissistic. It's always somebody who knows or knows how to know. Thanks, Alan T. Jamie's World, hello to you, my friend, over in Glasgow. Hope Tuesday's treating you kind. So this baby bus on its way to Stansted. Out of curiosity, I was going to throw it out there in the chat in case I misread it. What do folks think about Stansted as a live streaming location? I'm aware of a couple of streamers who tend to cover it fairly regularly, if not very regularly. Just wonder whether that's the kind of place you want to see more of, less of. For us it'd be an away fixture, but when we go away we tend to like to bundle things together to give economy of scale. So I just thought I'd ask. Is Stansted a pull for you? Political bias, that does sound nice. Top drawer, steak and kidney pie. Now it obviously isn't going to match your steak and kidney pie, but now I'm thinking I'm going to have to reach for a snack bar. I have a weakness for pies, particularly steak and kidney. Ken Alloway. Excellent intel. Finland is joining NATO today. So that's going to be some high level people from America, isn't it? Excellent. I think that's better than a guess, mate. I think you call that an informed punt. Airways action, straight in front. This being a straightforward return to Heathrow, A320. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Michelle, the Ryanair representation there is probably the reason why I threw it out there for the chart. Jamie likes any venue with traffic, which is also a reasonable proposition. When you get gaps in traffic, because you know people want to see the action, don't they? They do get a few heavies through Stansted that catch the eye. Les, back to work. There's no stopping you, buddy. Do look after yourself though. The wind is definitely picking up. Margaret McKenna, no worries, you got the family first and all that. We'll catch you when we can, or when you can more accurately. We'll be here for you if you get a chance, but thanks so much for joining us. Ken, you're right about the wind picking up, mate. It's not supposed to be onerous, which I suppose would be nice if it was, wouldn't it? Just give us a little bit of an edge to landings. Do you remember a few weeks back we were here on a Sunday and it was a jolly windy day? I think the tripod nearly took over a couple of times. Some good quality airmanship on show that day. Alexander McMurdo, good morning from Islay. Enjoying the stream? We're enjoying having you, Alexander. Don't know if we said hi before, so for the avoidance of doubt, I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation. So you've joined us at a judicious moment. We're still on until, and we'll be on until around 1:30. Hoping to get the Qatar Dreamliner in before show's end. It was running early last I looked, but that was some time ago. And certainly on flight radar we have a C-130 Hercules listed, or it was listed. If it's no longer showing on flight radar, folks, don't break my heart by telling me. We're definitely wanting to catch that. Away we go. In the foreground, I think we've got a Jet 2 737, looking like it's ready to move, but it's just been disconnected from its tug. I think for us, back to the question of Stansted, it's more about how we might bundle that up with Heathrow, because I'm kind of conflicted in my head whether it will be better to bundle up with Gatwick, do a Heathrow, Gatwick, London City kind of triangle. Right, we're glad, Ken, the audio's still up to snuff. So what we got going on here? We've got this Jet 2 flight to Antalya, get it out right. I was looking at something else on my screen and not concentrated. There's a very natty bizjet, a Dassault Falcon 2000 LX scooting, and I particularly like the Dassault Falcon. And then completely incapacitated myself in the excitement. I'm not sure this is going to offer a great photograph. And there was me fearing that we wouldn't get a bizjet in the show. Although I think technically our Boeing C40 is that. And I'm quite taken with this, livery included. Off to Basel. Just fired the one shot off, folks. And a second, just for look. Sorry, that would have made your screens stutter. But for me, that just oozes style. Technical and artistic. If you're the owner of this fine plane, Plain Sailing Aviation would love to do a behind the scenes look at your aircraft. Somebody on finals or just about to turn in. It's a mere speck in the sky, so I'm thinking this is going to turn and burn. A little bit hazy. This is going to go up like a rocket ship, isn't it? Off to Basel. that's me fit for nothing now. If I was fit for anything before, all dewy-eyed, in admiration. Fantastic sound off those Dassault Falcons. Looking at the chats, let's have a look. Baby bus from LHR on finals. On we can, beautiful noise. The note off that was just spot on. Tell you what, it's a good rail service today in the background and a stream of trains. Little bit of a wibble on. Looks like we have an outgoing British Airways route. Somebody on finals. Brand new Ryanair, number 2 on finals, less than a month old. Oh, let's cut to that then. In between we'll just have a quick stop at a slightly older 737. Target acquired. All the way from Berlin. Rainer, are you still with the show, mate? Coming in from your parish. Less than a month old. A Max 8 200. Few planes moving now, so I think we'll get some gate congestion eased. Seems to be a few departures shaping up. So I'll get to Antalya. It's just been told to line up. So here we go. think all the luggage allowance on that one was used, didn't you? Right, I suppose we've got to get onto our British Airways Heathrow flight. Edinburgh tells me British Airways 190 destination London City. I need to keep up with the pace. Shall get that cuppa. We can't risk dehydration, or for that matter decaffeination. The risk assessment for the show says that. So, as we await our Embraer 190 to depart, the train in the background, back to London City. I'm thinking the Aegean 320 that's in my foreground can't be far off pushing back for Athens. I have to say, those London City flights go up good and early, don't they? So let's just have a closer look at this 1-month-old plane. I was gutted to read somewhere that the Ryanair Boeing special livery, they had an aircraft decked in that, had been overpainted to their bog standards, which to me felt a shame, mainly because I've not seen it in person, like so much. As last week moderating team, my light counter is totally stuck. So any chance anyone could just give me a shout what the like score is? Just for that gentle prompt, folks. You know, please do give us your like if you like what you see. And if you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. And if you are with us, heartfelt thanks. Show works best when it's well supported. Thank you, Dopey Gore. Next departure, this EasyJet's A320 to Belfast. Can't think it'll be waiting long before it gets the nod. Alibi, thank you mate, 164. Thank you one and all. Can we get to that double 100? As always, I use the cricket metaphor. Double century, Got to be better than a Century. But in all seriousness, folks, thank you very much. Thanks, Christopher boys. Another fairly new Ryanair delivered in Feb, in from Brussels. Oh, something else moving around here. In fact, too much EasyJet action. I'll stay with this one. There's another one dancing around in front of my eye line. John Hughes, good morning to you. John, it's a while since I've been called a young man, mate, but thank you. You made me smile. They're the kind of words you want to hear. How are you today, buddy? Okay, so this was the other EasyJet that was trying to catch my eye fairly successfully, to be fair. John Hughes, you're super duper. Spot on, mate. You're never going to top super duper. Pretty good here, to be honest. I was a little bit bleary-eyed when I set out this morning, but I'm not saying it for effect. Once my brain has registered where I'm going, oh, it's like I've had 3 coffees straight after each other, or 2 pots of tea, depending on how you want to calibrate your caffeine. Oh, I can see another business firing up as well. Bombardier Global 6500. Oh, God of BizJets. Let's have that, please. Don't make it a maintenance startup. Something on arrivals as well, folks, so we're going to get a landing imminently. So this 320 off to Geneva, perhaps for a bit of late season skiing or financial whiz kids, I don't know which. Maybe it's both. So we have our incoming Brussels Ryanair flight, the 737 MAX 8-200 that I was saying in the chat a short while ago, registered in February. I think Christopher Boys had spotted that one for us. Thank you, Christopher. So it looks like Ryanair are showing us some of their new kit. Can you feel the breeze, folks? Or hear it at least? I think it's supposed to gust up to 20 by the end of the show. That does feel like we're getting closer. It's not quite tripod wobbling. So I'm guessing this is from the other Brussels airport. Charleroi, is it Charleroi? Brand new it is. battery change, but I just need to swap a couple of leads over, folks, just to rotate some of the charging that's going on. Max 8200. The wrapping barely off it. Ken, I'm not going to sing that. I can hear it in my head. In fact, I probably am going to sing it, aren't I? Can you feel the force? Yes. They might not be all the right notes in the right order there. We need any of the right notes. On yon horizon. Once we've waved our Geneva flight off. See you, folks. Look at our brand new Max 8. We'll keep an eye on the incoming ATR 42 from Sunborough. I'm keeping an eye on Max there, am I? Some way short of the Max. And 320 I think is now transponding, so that shan't be long before it's pushing back. But let's get to Scotland's finest first. The good news about the wind picking up is it's preventing the electronic interference that we occasionally pick up from registering. Set that. The wind must be moving around a little bit as well, because I'm starting to get a regular nip of Jet A1, which is very welcome. So here's our incoming Brussels flight, brand spanking new. I'm just going to swap some leads over, folks. Goosey, good morning to you. Brian Pounder, good morning to you. If I've missed anybody that's joined recently, I do apologise. You are listening to Mark, your host from Plain Sailing Aviation. Just disappearing from view for a second, just to put some plugs in. Folks, the wind's moved the camera. Let's see where the ATR 42's going. Yeah. All the way from Sunborough. Looks like there's still a bit of a squeeze on for gates. As this plane is parked up behind the Ryanair. That's it, Michelle. Get the teas out. Nice big teapot. Christopher, I'm delighted you're enjoying this stream. Seriously, mate. That's exactly what we want. Trying to find that vibe. Simon Kirby, I didn't even realise that you missed the US government jet. The good news is you'll be able to catch it all. In fact, if any of the pictures I took are reasonable, I'll probably post one on Twitter. Now, where's that busiest I've got my eye on? Well, the good news is the Ryanair 737 from Charleroi has obviously got its gate because it's moving, and our Aegean A320 returning to Athens is also moving. So it did look for a second like we'd encountered a bit of a logjam, but I think we can say with authority that that moment has passed. I have to agree, Michelle, plain sailing aviation, we're a fan of Loganair's livery, as we are Aegean. Michelle, there's no such thing as old on this channel. Of course, I'm going to say that now I'm retired. I'm with you, Eddie. Gorgeous, isn't it? What we could do with is another US government jet appearing out of nowhere, isn't it, really? So folks, I was failing to keep up with my beloved Aegean, trying to get my pocket warmers to up their output, and I have to give them a periodic shake. No dallying here. Convention there. Goosey, it is getting cold, mate. I mean, I'm well wrapped up, as long as I can keep my hands on the pocket warmers. Otherwise the digits get a bit stiff for operating the camera. They had said it was going to be around 12 degrees by the time we clock off around 1:30. I'm a bit sceptical. John Hughes, you're my cup of tea, mate. I was feeling a little bit cold, but no, thanks buddy, that's really kind of you. I mean, I've just really enjoyed the support on the show. As I say, the plan is simple: share the plane spotting experience. And I know there's a lot of streams out there of different flavours. People like what they like. But thanks mate, that's really kind of you. To Gatwick with this one. Is there anybody on that? That's got to be the earliest rotation we've seen today. Right, it must be balanced. I have this habit of transitioning onto one foot sometimes, and unfortunately the wind blew. Off to sunny Bournemouth. Canalaway's given the shout that we've got an Air France baby bus, A319, on its way in from Charles de Gaulle, Paris. I've got eyes on buddy. Occurred to me, it seemed a bit odd we've not seen Air France. We're going to put that right in a nanosecond. So the 7.3 you're looking at the minute, off to Bournemouth. Next arrival, an Air France A319 baby bus, imminent to get the wheels down. The bizjet that was bleeping earlier on, the Bombardier Global 6500, doesn't seem to be moving anywhere yet. So possibly that is a maintenance run up. Hope not. Oddly, things have calmed down in France. It was in the news quite a bit, now it doesn't seem to be. As regulars on the show will know, I'd promised to take Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation there in the spring. We'll be looking at April, May. And then when things got a bit leery, thought we'd put it back a little bit. It's not quite the same, is it, if people are demonstrating in the streets and smashing stuff up. More spotters have joined me on the embankment. Oh, that's enough of that anyway. Let's pick up our Bournemouth flight. Bit of chopper action. Pick it up. I'm thinking police helicopter. Here for the planes. Now that's a belter. You could almost argue that the Air France livery is made for a baby bus. I'll have to watch out because I've got a Logan Air about to banjax me with a discreet departure. Take a chance and stay with this a second longer. One eye on this, one eye on the Logan Air. Not sure where the Logan Air's going, but I'm sure that's been shouted in the chat. Right, showtime. Stay with this as it moves to stand. do apologise folks, I don't have sight of the chat at the minute, so please don't think me rude if I've missed something that's been directed. Tablet's just gone to sleep on me. So this one returning to Brussels, if I remember correctly. Get the chat back. Sorry folks, I'm tinkering with my tablets when I should be pointing the camera. As lovely as that bit of grass was, that's not what you wanted to see. Let's get this off the deck and then I'll resume my struggle. I've got the YouTube page with the video feed, I just don't have the chat. Just a white wall. Might just have to reopen it. Right, 2 ticks. I can't believe it. I just got it back and it's gone. And now it's back. Right, I'm just going to quickly try and catch up with a chat. So apologies if I've missed anything. You know I wouldn't do that. Deliberately. Eddie from Plain Sailing Aviation, our editor, says 70 subscribers needed to hit 2,500. You sure you're not pranking me, Eddie? April the 1st was last Saturday. Listen folks, fantastic support, so I implore you, if you're not subscribed, make an old man very happy. I didn't think we were that close. Oh, I must be getting baffled. And I'm with you, Michelle. I like to lose myself in the stream, although sometimes I forget that actually it's my job not to lose myself. Let's have a look at this Norwegian for a second. Yawn, can't think of his second name, but I do know it's the guy that designed this Sydney Opera House, so clearly a great. How are we doing on likes, or does that appear later in the chats? Oh, Mikey D got his Wizz Air refund. Excellent, mate. As I think I've said on previous streams, they've not fared that well with a recent Which survey in terms of passenger satisfaction. But at least you got your dough back. And away we roll. Yes, it would be rather amazing if we could clock 2,500 subscribers during today's show. However, what will be will be. As long as you're enjoying the planes, I'm happy. Right, where's my Norwegian gone? Yeah, I think looking at Ken Alloway's comments, the A318, I think it's a regular, is it not, at Heathrow with Tyrone? I have seen the Air France one there as well. Oh, one of theirs. Yes, Ken. Tinkering with my tablet. I think I'll need a tablet. It's a handy piece of kit, but every now and again it plays me false. Back to the chat. Yeah, Goosey, trains, countryside, planes, gorgeous, as Mikey D says. It's a lovely spot. Must have been fairly quiet if you managed to fall asleep here, but I can imagine on a hot summer's day it'd be supremely restful. Tabin Khan, hello my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream, should I say. Great to have you with us, bud. Right, let's see this plane off to Oslo. Where we're going to rest the camera. See somebody on finals. I'll be with that in a second, folks. Hang on, I must have missed something here. Michelle says, oh my god, cargo jets come over all unnecessary. Does that mean we've got something on finals? No, we've got a Sun Express 737 from Antalya. I think when I was here last summer, it must have been a route inauguration. You know, with the water cannon and stuff. Quite lovely to see. I think I was the first water cannon salute I'd seen. And to be honest, I was so excited I failed to press record on the camcorder. Luckily there was a Turkish new route that was celebrated shortly after, so I got to film that one instead. Well, here comes the sun. Well, the Express. Might get my words out. Looked like it might have felt a bit lumpy. Dear me, I need a reboot. I need a pot of tea. Surplus of excitement. Right, let's have a look, see. Okay, so the plane you are looking at, 737, on its way to Porto. We have something coming in, EasyJet A320, finals from Copenhagen. I'll be in the chat in a second, folks, so I apologise in advance if I've missed anyone that's just joined. We'll get this one down on the deck and then I'll get back in the groove. Hold fingers there. The departing Porto flight. Let's be lining up next. I've just spotted in the chat a friend of the channel, Jerry Donnelly, over there in Portland. How are you, my friend? Martin Reed, hello to you as well. No, I've not been to Bristol, but it is on my radar. I've got it in my head that the setting's quite stunning. Express isn't moving far. Looks like it's actually been overtaken by the incoming Copenhagen flight. Certainly there's a dash more urgency there. I'll cut away in a minute because I can see somebody on finals. Being an Aer Lingus ATR 72-600. We'll pull away for that next if I just do it now. I forget. Turbo prop fare. Sun Express 737 is still making its way in. Right, sorry folks, I've been a bit disconnected from the chat. Not by design. I've been asked when will we next do the next stream from Edinburgh. I'm not sure, mate. At the minute we're sort of averaging out at about one a week. We try to do at least 2 a month, but we've not got an exact date yet. I think regular's the best I can offer on that. We do love it here, so we don't need much encouragement to come north of the border. Right, Ali, hello my friend. Sorry, I've just spotted you in the chat. As I say, I'm a little bit in arrears, so sorry folks. Welcome to the show, buddy. Scrolling down, Jerry Donnelly I've said hello to. Ali says, a wee bit of excitement yesterday at Edinburgh, emergency runway repairs. A few diverts to Glasgow and Prestwick. Interesting. Must have been some fair old divots to iron out. Oh, he's our Australian friend, Blacksbro 7718. Hello my friend. Melbourne, Australia. 8:30, 24 degrees, and your real name is Shannon. Shannon, pleasure buddy. Welcome back. I think Shannon trips off the tongue a little bit easier than Blacksbro with all the numbers. Sounds gorgeous out there in Oz. Wind is definitely picking up. So looking ahead to the back end of the show folks, we have the Qatar Dreamliner around 1 o'clock-ish, and we still hope to have the Hercules C-130 that was originally listed with Flight Radar. Hopes rings eternal. Eddie at Plain Sailing Aviation, many thanks. 2 likes to hit 200. We might even be at that space by now, so far in arrears am I. Please do give us your like, and if you're not yet subscribed, please do subscribe. In the meantime, I'm going to pick up this ATR 72 that is shortly to land from Dublin with a Aer Lingus incomer. So it's a bit of a turbo prop fest. Quite handy now, it's getting a bit windy. see, stay until the end. Thank you, my friend. Cosmic support. It's been a pleasure to show it you. I just keep thinking with that US government jet, it's been a bit of a jackpot already for that reason. If we can get the Hercules at 1 o'clock-ish, really ice the cake. I think we'll track back with this incoming Dublin flight. Love that sound. Ken Alloway, thank you so much, my friend. And what do I say? You're such a great friend to the channel, a staunch supporter, and I do appreciate that, buddy. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I think it's a judicious moment for me to repeat my appreciation of the mod team. Peerless. No disrespect to anyone that's on this chat that is a mod somewhere else, but Ken Alloway, Alibi 58 and Dopey Gorp. We haven't got an LW with us today, but Fearsome 4, and in terms of the 3 that are on the stream today, they've helped make it. Thank you. We've done everything bar schedule the flights. Thank you, buddy. You are right, Ken, it is getting a wee bit cold. Looks like we've got a runway check on the go. Mikey D, thank you so much for your kind words. Looking at Cabo Taxi's question about the freighters, we're at a fair distance I suppose here, but let's just zoom in. Don't know if you'd be able to pick up the Regis. I guess in the majority of them are going to be in that 20 years plus range. Dopey Gorp, do not apologise for being at work, bud. I'm just so appreciative of your support. Go and nail whatever it is, and we hope to see you later. Thanks, Alibi. You'll take on the scheduling. I'll tell you what, they could perhaps do with a little bit of a squeeze for us so we don't have any gaps. That would be nice. So that BizJet is stubbornly refusing to leave the BizJet park, the Bombardier Global 6500. That's got to be a maintenance thing. I don't think they'll be running it up for this length of time. See a couple of bleepers going on here. Ryanair are moving off to knock with their brand new 737 Max 8200. I just can't see it, but it's blinking away. British Airways look shortly to push back. In fact, I think they have pushed back, unbeknown to me, while we've been looking at freighters. Baby bus departure for Heathrow. You'll have to excuse me, folks, I'm going to blow my nose. Never a great look, is it? Somebody's starting up. Here in the background. Just can't quite put a finger on it. Well, I'll tell you what, let's have a bit of brand new Ryanair action. Bit of Max 8. I'm going to have to see what is next in line in my range of low calorie snack treats, folks. Do apologise. Since Political Bias mentioned his steak and kidney pie about an hour and a half ago, I've just been hungry ever since. Political Bias, if you're still in the chat, mate, it's all down on you. So this beauty is a M&S oats and honey cereal bar. Reassuringly, it says high in fibre. Doesn't say much about whether it's high in taste. Yeah, there is a BizJet, Michelle, that's transponding away, which I believe is this one. There's quite a few transponding on the deck. Over the Firth of Forth, we have one of our regular flag carriers, Lufthansa, in their modern contemporary livery, arriving from Frankfurt in an A321. We don't always get that, so that's a nice bit of variety for us. I think that's the first one of the show, is it? Pretty sure it is. Let's stay with this returning Heathrow flight. Like this is going to have to wait the Lufthansa arrival. I'm guessing that's why the degree of urgency is seemingly missing. Oh, blinking heck. I had to look in the end. That C-130 is not showing on flight radar from what I can see. I did say don't tell me, didn't I? At least I'll stop crannying on about it, in case of look what you could have won. Here's our lufty. What a beauty that is. I'll wait, that's not vacating, just train on British Airways. I think that DHL is more of a twilight bird. Lovely stuff. Let's get to our Ryanair departure. You're watching a 737 on its way to Knock, Republic of Ireland, which is where this show will be bound for Saturday. For anyone that doesn't yet know that news, Plain Sailing Aviation will be returning to Dublin Saturday the 8th of April. Times to be confirmed, but it will be around 10 o'clock in the morning or thereabouts. So folks, I've got to have a quick snatch at this. So it's going to be a case of there and back. Myself and my son Eddie, who is the editor for the channel. We have an away day. Too early to call the weather, but early indications are reasonably promising. We'll stay with this. Certainly easy on the eye. Michelle, definitely, I definitely said Dublin on Saturday. Just cannot wait. I think our last trip there in February totally whetted my appetite. Some fantastic planes on show. Quite a good spotting spot, pardon the pun. I think the only thing that was difficult last time was we seemed to be being throttled by our roaming provider. But I think we've got the workaround to that. Shunty McGunter, hello to you next on the hill. Shunty, hey up mate. Shunty has just replicated the Christopher Horsfield experience where we're here watching the planes and he's saying hi in the chat, and actually Shunty is about 15 foot away. Fantastic. You see all the best people down at Edinburgh Airport. Me excluded, obviously. You in the chat, are you, Shunty? You've just seen Alibi's comment, yeah? Thumbs up, Alibi. Excellent. Right, as I spy with my little eye, next action appears to be Logan Air, I think. Their ATR 42 pushback. They really need to put a Saab 340 on today's programme. Air France are transponding away, pushing back as we speak. If I just tease the camera over, how's that? I think we'll stay with the Air France for the minute and transition onto the Logan Air, if you're all in agreement folks, when it comes into view. Shunty, you're a cult figure in the chat already. I'm impressed. We'll need to book you for the next show. Right, I'm literally just going to swap a cable around, folks. It's a delicate balance recharging the various bits and bobs that you need for the show. So far so good though. see if our beloved Logan Air is doing any transponding. Doesn't seem likely, does it? No. It looks like the march on everything is going to be stolen by Ryanair's Marseille flight. 737 MAX 8-200 scooting out, taking advantage of all that clear tarmac. And I have to say, oh, hang on a minute, the big Ken Alloway, uh-oh, cable swap. Hang on a minute, I've got form, haven't I? But no, I was going to say Alibi 58, thank you so much. Yes, please, folks, do give us your like, and if you're not already subscribed, please do subscribe to us. Both things help us with YouTube and don't cost you anything, so I'm hoping that you feel that you can do those things. Either which way, we've got you with us, so I'll take that. What is the like count at the minute, folks? My score has been stuck on 14 since about 7:45. I think last I was briefed, 2 short of 200. I think, let's have the ATR for a second. So atmospheric. A thing of beauty. We have this Logan airplane off somewhere. Ryanair are flying off to Marseille, further up the track, and it looks like Air France are turning as we speak. So, 3 departures on the spin. Not sure what the incoming traffic is going to be doing for us. One thing at a time. Can't be greedy. Ah, I was looking at that DHL, I hadn't realised it had been bisected. Bit of this Air France action. Alibi 216, thanks buddy. Michelle, when she said it had gone back to 113, I could have wept. Saying that 113 is better than the 14 that my tablet is currently showing. Clearly it doesn't live update. Thanks Ken, so our Logan Air is off to Stornoway. Well, let's stay there then. Lovely. There we have our next departure. Just awaiting line up. Clyde Wotton. Hello my friend, welcome back to the channel. Pleasure to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well, Clyde. I think 300 plus will be exquisite if we tread those heights, Michelle. Ken says this plane is off to Paris. Not sure what it's waiting for. Do a runway check on the go. I can't see. Oh, hang on a minute. No, I can't see that. Tucked in behind is an Aer Lingus ATR 72 on its way back to Belfast. Whether it's going to have to give way, I don't know. So, the Air France have to give way, I'm not sure. We'll soon find out. Casting my eye around the airport, the front gates are largely empty. There's the Dublin Aer Lingus flights still to board up. All the other gates largely look vacant. Lufthansa that you saw arrive a short while ago is perched on the corner. You see an EasyJet push back the other side of the terminal. Must be due a refresh in terms of incomers, I'm thinking. So what have we got? We have a Ryanair steaming up the track from Toulouse, going 737 max 8200. It's about 9 minutes away according to flight radar. Departures that we have. Good morning if it is still morning. No, it's not. I've missed the turnover. Good afternoon, the Scottish Sim guy. Here yesterday spotting. Awesome day and got the Dreamliner landing from Doha. That's kind of what we're hoping to get today, my friend. We nearly came to stream yesterday. A couple of things conspired against it. Plus I had a vibe there might be a runway change if the wind's changed over. Glad you had a nice time. It's a great spot, isn't it? Left and right, trying to figure why we might be at rest at the minute. Nothing's on approach. No runway action that I can see. No repairs or anything. I think we're moving. Thank you, tower. Michelle, yeah, perhaps that's it. They've got to give way to the oncoming rail. It's a small window, no trains, away you go. So anyone that's recently joined, perhaps we're in your lunch break or thereabouts, I say thank you for joining the stream. I'm Mark, your host, Plain Sailing Aviation. So we're in the latter phase of our Edinburgh stream. We expect to be on air till around 1:30. Highlight will be the incoming Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner. I think it's a 7878. memory serves. And because I'm sure I've not mentioned it at all in the stream today, we're rather excited to announce that we will be at Dublin on Saturday for our stream. Start around 10 o'clock, but if we can start up sooner we will. Vladimir Dorda, greetings to you, my friend. Wishing you a good day. Thank you for joining us. Tabin Khan, I envy your friend. I'm imagining it will be rather nice flying out on their Dreamliner. Even better if they laid a 350 on, which they have been known to do on this route. So here we go. Relatively short flight back to Belfast. To that in a second. Next departure. Carl Shield, welcome back, buddy. And if I've missed anybody else's entry into the chat, you know it's a sincere apology from me. I see another ATR 42 on finals. I'm sure that's been shouted. I'm trying to collect myself. I said at the top of the broadcast it was only a 5% chance of rain. I don't know, I reckon it feels more imminent. Not heavy rain because the cloud's fairly light, fairly high, but it's got that darkness to it. BizJet's on the move. It's the old Kit Kat Pandas gag, isn't it? You know, the photographer's there waiting for that magic picture of the Kit Kat, the pandas roller skating. Turns his back to have his Kit Kat, and they come out and do the fandango. Bombardier Global 6500. What it certainly is stylish. So as that makes its way up nice and steady, we'll cut to the departing EasyJet flight to Birmingham. As soon as it starts rolling, which is now. A little dash of Logan Air, and then straight to the BizJet Central. Peacock strikes back. Welcome back, my friend, and good afternoon. So BizJets, we do not know where it goes. Sorry folks, I just realised we've lost the focus. Breeze is doing that. On finals, we do have the incoming Ryanair from Toulouse, 737 MAX 8-200. I'll cut to it in a minute when I've stopped drooling over this BizJet. Yeah, Michelle, the Kit Kat I was waffling on about was an ad campaign from way back when, I think. If that's the Kit Kat you're referring to. Only imagine, can't you, what kind of high roller you need to be tazzing around on one of them. Tabbing, I'm not sure we will be able to do that, mate. But we would, we could, and all the rest of it. I've got some family obligations I've got to square off Monday, so if we stream from anywhere it'll probably be Newcastle, as it's geographically nearer. but I wouldn't rule it out. I think between Newcastle and Edinburgh, that's what we call home turf. Hello Sue Major, good afternoon. I hope Tuesday's treating you kindly. Wow. Well, my memory can be a bit erratic, but I think that one is the earliest takeoff we've seen today. Barely got rolling and it was off the deck. Carl, be nice to say hi, mate, if you're about. I reckon, with weather permitting, movements permitting and everything, we'll be on air till 4 o'clock, maybe it's 5 o'clock. That's the dream. Caveat's always weather permitting, isn't it? When I was there last time, the time went far too quickly. And of course, I absolutely adore that retro Aer Lingus livery. Sue Major, delighted to hear that you're doing well. Likewise at this end, bit nippy. Michelle, I often say that if I win a big Euro Millions kind of win, a BizJet's what I'd fritter it away on. A chunk of it. Don't know how ownership and leasing compare. Probably end up leasing it for a year or something. And that would be how to do a round the world trip in style. I could take plain sailing aviation to a whole new level. Streaming you from the business parks from different airports, plus all the complimentaries must be much better in the departure lounge. That's me just chucking my pocket warmers on the floor. What's the prognosis on incoming traffic, I ask myself. I thought you said you were taking over the scheduling, Alibi 58. Although I do spot on the horizon a British Airways Embraer 190 standard beetling along. Says 6 minutes out on this, 5 minutes, I say 7, ballpark guess. So that will be our next landing. Quickly scooching around here to see if there's anything on the move. Don't think there is. It's a good time, folks, to get a cup of tea or your snack of choice. What I don't want is our beloved viewers suffering from excessive thirst or starvation. Ali, I struggle with my glasses. I'll be honest, when I'm streaming And I think veterans of this show know the amount of times I've goofed people's names up, and it's not because I can't read. It's more a case of very small font on the tablet and then trying to watch them through your glasses, if you like. Yeah, it's caught me out a few times. Martin Reed, I'm not sure if I've said hello to you. If I have, I'm saying it twice, and you can't say it too many times. Hi, mate. Oh, thank you, Peacock Strikes Back. Liked and shared. I never mentioned shared because I'm not as technically savvy as many of you, indeed all of you, but apparently that's a good thing too, isn't it, in terms of spreading the word. So yeah, please do. Sorry if I've missed where you are, Sue Major, in the chat. Sunny today, high of 75 degrees Fahrenheit, 23 degrees centigrade. Where are you, Sue? Sounds nice. We are building to those temperatures here, but it's a kind of work in progress. So we await British Airways to give us something to look at. Oh, I like a nice steam train as well, Michelle Johnson. We live relatively close to the East Coast main line. Sometimes in the summer season you get the odd steam train Taz past, you know, one of those special trips that we lay on from time to time. Gorgeous. Sue Major, you're in Delaware. Cripes, it is summer in Delaware. Oh, you're in Madeira, are you, Paul Usher? Have you taken yourself down to the airport to see Pedro? Tabbing, I don't know why Emirates don't do here. It might be because they do Glasgow. That would be my punt. Sue's going out to check out the rays. Yeah, that's a good question, Ken. What is the principal airport in Delaware? Ooh, we've got some ATR action starting up, have we? Right. Looks like Logan Air might be joining the game as well. Oops, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Ah, okay, Paul Usher. I'm going to say, you've got to get yourself down there. I love Madeira. Not been since the pandemic. Would rather like to put that right during the course of this summer. So the good news is British Airways on finals, shortly to make land, any second now, crossing from the Firth of Forth. I ain't got visual yet, but that can only be a matter of seconds. Yeah, these pocket warmers are proving particularly challenging today. They kind of look like tea bags. Well, the ones are slightly muddy looking tea bag now. I've dropped it on the deck. If you shake them around, you'll get a bit of heat out of them eventually. Thanks Alibi, and I do have visual. I'll not take the camera to it yet, it's a bit of a speck, so let's go back to the freighter part just for a couple of seconds. Shall ask about the windsock. I think fairly languid, although it is picking up as the morning progresses. Yeah, it's picking up. I'm just going to remind myself of what the forecast originally was. So what did they say originally? Southwesterly wind, 4 miles an hour, 3.5 knots, rising to 13 miles an hour, 11.3 knots. Gusts at 14 miles an hour, 12 knots, rising to 19 knots. Kind of feels a little bit windier than that. Sorry folks, the wind's taking us out of focus now. Well, looks like Aer Lingus are on the move. Yeah, definitely picking up political bias. Right, let's fly with my little eye. God, I used to hate that game as a kid. Kind of reminds me of long car journeys to the seaside. Love the seaside, never loved the car journeys. I can't think that Lufthansa will be long before they're pushing back. I would have thought. My good friend Shunty has just shown me an incoming German military A319 on its way here. I'm buzzing. I wonder if this is connected in some oblique way again with this NATO stuff that Ken was on about earlier. So we have an extra. Shunty has just shown me on his phone a German military air force plane that is on its way in, 319 I think he said. If I've forgotten it's because I'm hyper excited. So we reckon 15-20 minutes tops. Must be bearing down towards Glasgow. Ken, I'm surprised you never saw it out the kitchen window, mate. Thought that really would be a great catch. Good afternoon, Elwin Arajo, Macapaka, Brazil. I think you may be the first viewer that I've spoken to in the chat from Brazil. Oh, Ken Alloway, Alibi 58, 30 minutes on the battery, change imminent, well, in 30 minutes time. I'm disturbing nothing until that German Air Force plane has landed. Better check everything's got juice in the right places. Right, you could probably hear the ATR 72 buzzing away. And that's because it's going. How's the Qatari Dreamliner running for time, team? I think when I looked before the show started, they were looking at around 7 minutes past 1, but it hadn't really got across Central European airspace. And as you know, a lot can happen between now and then. So the next incomer, let's have a look, we've got anything coming in? Yeah. Logan Air, Embraer ERJ145. Somewhere out at sea. And we have a KLM 737. Tucking in not far behind that. Plus we have our German Air Force friends somewhere. So we've just had a little slow period, but it looks like it's picking up. So the plane you're watching on its way back to Dublin. Good afternoon, TCC. How are you, my friend? Elwin, thank you for the kind feedback, mate, and I do appreciate you signing up with us. We do have a decent following in Brazil, according to YouTube's data. It's lovely to be able to talk to a viewer. So welcome, my friend. Audrey's back. Hey up, Audrey McDonald. Yeah, definitely have a bite. You can't risk running light on, you know, food, can you? That's the one thing I'm missing at this end. But yeah, something to eat, something to drink. Plane spotting at its finest. I can see the incoming Logan Air, which started its finals from Bergen. Says behind that we've got the KLM 737 operated by KLM 37, the airline. The blood sugar getting light at this end. So good afternoon to anybody that's joined us recently. So welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, latter phase of the stream. I'm Mark, your host. We are going to be on air for about another 55 minutes, all being well. So we are expecting a German Air Force A319 probably in the next 20 minutes, all things being equal. Qatari Dreamliner somewhere near the top of the hour, around 1 o'clock-ish, unless they've split the time. In the meantime, we'll have a look at this Logan Air ERJ 145 arriving from Bergen, Norway. Sporting the Casper livery. So I can see the KLM 737 twinkling like a star in the sky. We'll pick that one up in a minute. Track back with this Logan Air for the moment, give you something moving to look at. Keep a lookout for the KLM, folks. Sneaking feet in the chat. LA girl, good afternoon to you. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, your host, so thanks for choosing to spend a bit of time with us. Really is appreciated. Sorry, that's me trying to read the chat and pan. Still a work in progress, folks. So as always, if you like what you see, please do hit that like button. Helps us with YouTube and doesn't cost you anything. And please do consider subscribing. Same thing really, helps us massively with YouTube. And of course, if you're going to subscribe and like, you may as well hit the notification bell. That way you'll be able to have the option of joining us on future streams more easily. Bit of a nudge and all that. And of course we put out regular community posts telling you what we're up to, so you can stay involved that way too. Pull up, folks. I was hypnotised by a ghost plane. Still coming our way.
On approach.
Oh, our German Air Force friends are on approach. First time I've met Shunty McGunter, but I'm telling you, he's a legend. There's a Midas touch, isn't there, to bringing interesting and exotic movements along, unscripted. So it's on approach, so I'm going to keep an eye on that one. We'll stay with KLM for the minute. Elwyn, I'd be honest with you, I love this livery. So simple yet so beautiful. It's one of those liveries that really does suit aircraft design. Right, our German Air Force plane is now in sight. Still a mere speck. So, if you're putting a brew on, or just nipping back from the kitchen with your sandwich, settle yourself down, something unusual coming in, all part of the fun. So I went off the plane there. That's Alibi with his pie. Don't know what you're trying to do to me, Alibi. Between you and political bias. I think as soon as we've got this German Air Force plane in and parked up, we'll take an early battery change. If that's alright, folks. Right. I'll point the camera in the right direction, which is definitely an upgrade. Michelle, my food's in the boot of the car. It's bad enough when I have the odd snack bar. Really don't want to hear me hoovering my way through my lunch. To go even better. Excellent. My help felt thanks to the German Air Force. Christopher Boys, I'm not sure. I think some airlines are technically on their summer schedules. Newcastle have certainly shuffled their deck, which kind of made Saturday's show not really viable for us. We didn't quite get the usual density of movement. I'm guessing the space they've created by shuffling the deck will be filled up by holiday charters. So I think we'll probably see summer schedules filling in over the next 6-8 weeks or so. Yes, I think you're right, Michelle. Soup in a flask. That's the addition for the next stream. That's a bit more flexible, isn't it? Right, I'm just going to go for the battery change, folks. So, we'll not do it just yet. Canal away. Are you ready? Sorry folks, we drifted out of focus there. What's going on? I'm going to take the battery off, swap them on. Cheers buddy. Have a good day. You too. That's Shunty on his way. Right, battery going off. Catch you in a sec folks. Well, that wasn't too bad, was it? I'm just going to tinker at a few other leads around. Right folks, I'm back. Sorry about that rather zoned out shot of the tower. Mikey D, been a pleasure to be in your company my friend, glad you've enjoyed it. Tell you what, that spring sunshine is more than welcome. We have somebody on finals. Thank you Alibi 58, EasyJet A320 from Belfast. Roger that my friend. We've got a couple coming in now, haven't we? And it seems to be a bit of an EasyJet fest. So the A320 from Belfast pursued by the baby bus A319 incoming from Bristol. And third in the stack, British Airways A320 from London Heathrow. Well, that's all folks. Continuity of action assured. And of course, Lufty's on the move too. I still can't get over how nice it was of the German Air Force to drop by. Vladimir Dorda says the Sun Express to Atanya, I can't even say, can't get the words out today. Somewhere in Turkey. Oh, I don't know what's up with me. It's funny, you get a block on a word and then trying harder doesn't help. Lofty, where art thou? So, as Vladimir was saying, Sun Express to Antalya prepares to take off. Got the word out in the end. Somewhere over yonder, I can see a little bit of tail fin, which you will too if I perk the camera around there. TCC, squeezy jet indeed. So let's get back to our second EasyJet, squeezy jet, a A319 baby bus incoming from Bristol. So let's find it. Shame it's not more of a crosswind really. One in, one out, and I think the third incomer, if memory serves, was British Airways A320 in from Heathrow. See it, so be with us in about 2 minutes. Alfred Payne, good afternoon to you, sir, in New Hampshire, USA. Don't think we've said hi before. If we have, sorry, I'm 57 and frequently forgetful. But welcome to the stream, buddy. Pleasure to have you with us. Have a piece of this A321 action. We'll pick up our British Airways arrival. We'll pick up the lufty in a second once it's ready to line up, which actually is more or less now. The peacock strikes back. Who'd have believed it, eh? EDI, sunny of the Madeira. Although I'm a convert to this, I was here last Monday and went home sunburnt. Our Sun Express 737 Tantalia is moving around somewhere. Must be unclipped from its tug. So let's just settle on that fairly unlovely view, because I think it's going to hove into sight in a minute. Yeah, it still sounds pretty chilly for Alpine Pain over in New Hampshire. Thing to say, it's been a pleasant day. Spring is still a work in progress here in the UK. LA girl, thanks for joining us and hope to see you next time out. So we may as well watch British Airways park up. Alibi 58, top shout mate. Our Qatari Dreamliner on finals, and I can confirm I can see it. Excellent news. So gentle prompts again folks, because I'm just too excitable about it. Next show from us officially will be Dublin on Saturday. Nice away trip. I'll return to the Emerald Isle, so we're pretty excited about that. Hopefully you'll be able to join us. We're thinking around 10 o'clock start. The thinking bit reflects the uncertainty about flights being on time and all the rest of it. But if we can start up earlier, we will. Michelle, I've got the factor 50 on. I had the factor 50 on last Monday. The only thing was I put it on before I left the house, whereas today I've been a bit more sensible and put it on when I parked up. And you're right, you have to reapply it. How I'd forgotten that, I do not know. Dreamliner inbound. We're going to cut away in a second folks. In fact, I love the wing shape that much. We'll do it now. fabulous sound. Hope you folks all enjoyed that. That'll be a fairly slow recovery journey, so I reckon our Sun Express flight to Antalya is the way to go. Brian Pounder, see you next time, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully next time we meet up, I'll be telling you about my fantastic outbound flight from Newcastle with Ryanair. Telling you how it arrived early. Well, I'm guessing the good people on this plane are looking forward to 70 degrees plus and broken sunshine. I wish them well. Alfred Payne, it kind of looks like it's gliding, doesn't it? Graceful. I have to agree with Christopher Boys, that was super smooth. Towards the end of the show, I suppose the question is, folks, would somebody mind telling me where we are with likes and subscribers actually? My count is still frozen ridiculously. Ali, see you next time, buddy. Been a pleasure. Do I like that? Ali bye, thanks mate. 241 likes, top notch, 70 new subscribers. Do you know what? Super stuff. Thank you everybody involved with making that happen. Kind of figure, let the show look after itself, but it would be naive of me not to recognise that with YouTube these things also matter. I can see somebody on finals. So let's rest the camera on this magnificent plane. Jim C, entirely our pleasure, buddy. Entirely our pleasure. Glad you've enjoyed it. Alibi 58, thanks bud. Ryanair from Barcelona on finals. It twinkles like a little star at the minute, but I'll be straight to it. There is the Barcelona plane. Or was it? No, hang on, that's the incoming one that's Barcelona. Get a grip, Mark. What's going on? Looks like we've got a procession of Ryanairs potentially coming in. On the deck, so Qatari plane we know about. The outgoing Ryanair plane is in fact off to Cork, which be that one. I think we'll just drift back to the Dreamliner just for another minute or so, and then we'll pick up the incoming plane that's on finals. Sounds like someone's shooting at something. Though as always, as long as it's not me, before you say anything, Simon Kirby, I'm generally happy. Kind of seemed to me he was groping for the deck there initially. So this one off to Cork. Michelle, I'm thinking birds. I think when I was here last, the bird patrol actually had quite a lot of work on. The birds were basically just going round in a circuit of the airfield. You move them on, the bird patrol follows. Train in the background. Thank you, Alibi. EasyJet A320 from Lisbon on finals. I think that must have been the plane that Vladimir was calling in the chat. I wasn't quite sure where it was in the sequence. Getting a bit leggy at this end of the show. Oh, I've just spotted that. Stuart, pure incompetence. Oh, that has made me smile. Yeah, there's nothing special about that. Nearly got my days muddled. Oh man. Alfred, enjoy your coffee, buddy. Vladimir tells us a Jet 2 from Palma due in 13 minutes. Roger that. I think the truth is, Stuart, I've bobbed this date about backwards and forwards. Originally it was going to be Monday, then I settled on the Tuesday, but I had considered the Wednesday. Okay, let's have a look, see, beyond our Jet 2, what else have we got? Ryanair from Warsaw on finals, thanks Alibi. Ken, it's funny you say that, I was thinking about my ISA. Thanks Stuart. Oh, it made me laugh that. I don't think it's the first time I've fallen for that one either with the dates. I'm thinking this KLM can't be far from pushing back. But let's take the Warsaw arrival. you what folks, when I stream from here, probably unsurprisingly, I try to set up in the same place, but as you can imagine during the course of a show, you kind of wear grooves in the ground. Just keep treading across the same couple of feet of grass. Well, it was grass once, it's just mud where I stand now. Ali says, EasyJet baby bus from Stansted on finals, fantastic. Margaret McKenna, goodbye till Saturday. Been a total pleasure, Margaret. Thank you so much for your company. Saturday it is. Yeah, Alibi 58. I'm thinking that the weather may have erred on the optimistic side. It's definitely windier than that. So what? While we await the next arrival, let's have this fast taxiing Ryanair. Margaret, you're welcome. I'm going to speak for everybody there. Thinking of you. Somebody else starting finals behind this. We'll try and finish the stream more or less on time today. Been a decent shift and a half for our mods, no question. Tell you what, first move when I finish here isn't to eat my sandwiches, just go and get a coffee. What a joke. So EasyJet inbound from Amsterdam, that baby bus we were expecting. Who else is behind that? Ah, this is the Jet 2 that Vladimir called the Mallorcan plane. I reckon that will be our last arrival, so that makes 2 arrivals, and from a departure point of view I would love to catch this KLM on account that I've got a KLM fetish, but that looks probably unlikely. Amsterdam first. rush here. I wonder if he's got a gate here. Martin Batchelor, good afternoon to you. I would say from sunny Basingstoke, but that would be a guess on my part. What's the weather doing, Martin? There's no question the wind here exceeds the forecast. Saying that, they did say it would be solid cloud cover by now, and I can still see plenty of blue sky if I look hard enough. So next arrival, Alibi advises, is the Jet2 737 from Palma, Mallorca on finals. Can't quite see it yet, Alibi, but that must be a oh, I can now. Normally when you call it in the chart, it's about 5 or 6 seconds later and I can see it. It's as synchronised as that. So towards the back end of the show, folks, nearly there. Thank you so much for your support today. So I think, just checking I'm not missing anything juicy, any more German Air Force planes or American Air Force planes that might be in the manor, but I think our next arrival is it for the show. Runway check currently happening, folks, so it looks like we're going to be clocking off on time today. I can see a number of planes transponding on the deck, so we might get a couple of departures. I think our final plane of the show will be a British Airways Embraer 190SR that's going to be wending its way back to London City. If by that time KLM show their hand, we'll cover that too, but I don't think it's going to be that. Anyway, Jet2 first. Think of all the happy campers on this plane. A week or two in the sunshine, back to reality. '80s geek, our pleasure. Entirely our pleasure. Hope to see you out next time. Dublin, Saturday, possibly. We'll be there. But yeah, big thumbs up for Edinburgh. And I'll sum up at the end, but massive thumbs up for our moderators. Ken and Alibi, absolutely fantastic. Dopey go with your day job. absolutely no clue. Eddie, if you're still there, hope all's well at your end, mate. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, 250 up on the likes. Excellent. The way the gods at YouTube work, likes and subs make such a difference. And is, I think, our final plane of the day. I'll say goodbye to camera at the end, so don't all go running off on me. Well, you could, but it'd be nice to say goodbye properly. It's been a pleasure to be in your company this morning, and some this afternoon. Michelle, you can be guaranteed a look at the cargoes. Guaranteed. Just checking all my power supplies when I've said that. Famous last words, but no, not a problem. What we'll do is we'll take this one off, have a quick canter across the cargo part, have a look at the freighters. I'll say cheerio to you all. And hopefully we'll all meet up again on the Dublin stream on Saturday. We might do a pop-up between now and then from Newcastle, late afternoon, early evening, but that's only if the movements stand up. Vladimir, daughter, how do you do it, mate? I'm kind of thinking, oh, shall I catch that one too? I was looking for a clean gap. While British Airways complete the end of their taxi, let's have a closer look at this Jet2 737. Here is our final departure. I think this will go straight away, and I bet it goes up nice and straight. It seems everything going London City is running light. These Embraers do have a fabulous rate to climb, don't they? Alrighty, that's show, folks. So I did promise a quick look see across the freighters before I say farewell. Yeah, Michelle, especially for you. like I say, we will do an evening stream, I think, from here. Probably June time, when there's a max daylight available. There's a bit of something missing there. Right folks, let me just bring the camera around. Thank you everybody, fantastic support. Gonna say it before I say anything else. Thank you so much to our moderators, Alibi58, Ken Alloway, absolutely fantastic. Doping up to proper team efforts. It's just been fantastic, all ends up. Special thanks as well to Jim C, Political Bias, and Ken, who've all super chatted us during the course of the stream. As I'm fond of saying, it's above and beyond, and it all goes forward to future streams. Next one for us is Dublin on Saturday, case in point. So I've got it on my little notebook now, so I'm not reliant on tech at the end of the show. With a quick look in the chat. Oh my lord. Tell you what folks, I'm going to take that KLM for takeoff, and then I'll just finish the show there, say my goodbyes now, and that's my KLM fetish. I can't believe that. Well, I could believe it. Anyway, thank you everybody that's been in the chat, been watching, liking, new subscribers, existing subscribers. We caught a couple of great movements today which haven't been expected. So at the start of the show I was pranning on about Hercules C-130 that no showed us but was listed on flight radar, but with the American Air Force C-40C, Boeing C-40C, and the German Air Force A319, we got gifted some real bonus footage there, I think you'll all agree. So look forward to seeing you all next time out at Dublin. Be around 10 o'clock start, but we will start sooner folks. The minute I can get to the spot, we'll switch the kit on. Stay safe in between times. Thanks again for your support. Like I say, I'll finish the show with the KLM takeoff, but then I'll just cut straight out from there. So say my goodbyes now, and that way, you know, I'm all done and dusted. So thank you everybody. Now I think about it, KLM probably ought to do something for me as some kind of brand ambassador for them, although I'm not sure I'm helping their brand. You can nearly always rely on KLM to scoot out pretty quickly. Come on my Dutch friends, let's go. So responsive. Can't find words enough to praise KLM. You always look for the right plane to finish the show with, and obviously a big heavy or something unusual ticks the box. But if it's not that, pick something else you've got an affinity with. Yeah, you're probably right, Simon Kirby. That's me thinking on my feet. Enthusiast. Yeah, let's go with enthusiast. Not a fetish, an enthusiasm. For the avoidance of doubt. Yeah, that's going to tickle me all the way back down the A1. No dallying. So you're looking at the final plane of the show. This is the final. No other finals. Well, Air Force One might be the exception. Or the red arrows all popping by. Something really exceptional. Yeah, they don't hang around to KLM. That's why I figured we'd pick this one up. Sounds like somebody's strumming a guitar. I actually looked over my shoulder to see if someone was sat down on the embankment doing just that. I don't think you can hear the sound on the stream. It's a speaker they're testing. You can hear a voice in it. Can't quite work out what they're saying. Saying something like, handsome fellow with the camera, thanks for coming by. But that sounds fairly unlikely. It's not incredibly unlikely. See you next time, folks. Stay safe.